Good morning, darts fans. Welcome to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series. We've reached the halfway point of our week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And by the end of the day today, we're going to see our first player make their way through to finals night on Saturday evening. It's Matt Dennant that leads the way at the top of the table following a marked card yesterday. Let's round off what we did see with the highlights. Jack Wareing is still waiting to get off the mark here at the Super Series. He's hoping to get a couple of victories under his belt today to fill with some confidence ahead of a Group C campaign on Thursday and Friday. Meanwhile, the rest of the field are all in with a genuine shout of qualification. Conor Heneghan, 10 points. His shout's probably going to be Group B more than anything else today. Probably the same as Sebastian Bialecki, the Pole, who showed us moments yesterday, including this 158 against Heneghan. As for John Michael on 12 points, he's 4 behind Dennant at the top of the table. He made a push towards the end of yesterday's session. Can the Greek make his way through to the finale? As for Mike Warburton, he just slipped following a very good, positive first day for the Welshman. He finds himself in second place, having led overnight on day 1. But Matt Dennant is the man to beat. It is an 8-win spin for him, and he is in command going into the final day's action. And it is Dennant who leads the way going into our final day's action here at the Super Series in Group A. Prime time, Matthew Edgar has joined me up here on the balcony to reflect, assess and look ahead to what we are going to see over the next, say, 5 hours or so at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And there is only one place to start, and that is Matt Dennant, because in a group that could have been so tight going into the last day, he has made it his own.
Consistency. That's the key all the way through, and it's not been for the back end of legs. He starts the day slow, doesn't he? It's the doubles that really cost him at the start of it, but he's just outscoring everyone, so he's giving himself the opportunity at the doubles to allow himself to miss and allow himself these extra opportunities. But the issue is he grows into the day. If Matt Dennant is going to be caught, they need to beat him early.
Not bad for a player who himself admitted isn't playing at his best.
I've never heard a dart player ever say they are playing at the best. You know, we see people win world championships and then go, they could do more. What more could you do? And yesterday, what more could he do? He won all 5 matches. There was nothing more he would have been able to do, but he would have won all 5 matches with 100-plus average. And that's just dart players for you. We're never happy. We're never content. He could win all 15 matches, and he'll probably find a negative somewhere.
Well, let's have a look at the table then following the 2/3 stage of our Group A action. Matt Dennant is out in front on 16 points. Mike Warburton in second won 4 of his games on day 1 and then kind of slid the other way, didn't he, yesterday?
I think realistically, we could say that could happen to any of these players. Obviously, Matt Dennant's kept him out of the way of this, but when you look at that group of players, do we really see anyone going through the card? Because we've got such a good, tight group here, and the quality and trying to separate the people on their previous achievements and the standard that they're throwing here as well, it's going to be quite tricky. We're going to see a lot of flip-flopping around. That table's going to move around quite a bit. It's going to look nothing like that by the end of the day.
Are you perhaps looking more at the battle for Group B darts on Thursday and Friday? Because if you actually look at the 4 players directly below Matt Dennant, there's only 2 points between the lot of them. Well,
the issue they've got is if Matt Dennant wins 3 matches today, they've got to win the lot, because Matt Dennant has that cushion going into today. That's why he's the big favourite with the bookies. However, Matt Dennant, like I've already alluded to, starts the day slow. They've got to catch him cold, catch him early, and then if you do that, it just starts getting the old brain working a little bit. You start trying to figure things out. You start looking over your shoulder a little bit, and that's something Matt Dennant hasn't had to do up till yet.
Well, let's have a look then at yesterday in a bit more perspective. We'll have a look at it now by the numbers. We played 87 legs yesterday, 33 of them going against the foe, so around about a third of them going against the darts. And then when you look at the quickest leg, that went to Heneghan. Highest overall average went to Heneghan. Highest checkout to Sebastian Bialecki. But I think the biggest thing is the slide of daily average from day 1 to day 2. That's a good 4 points in it.
That slipped down. But what was interesting is we had players slip down in the averages, but yet their point tally went up. Sebastian Bialecki, a great example. He averaged 93 on the first day. That dropped significantly yesterday, but his point tally went up. And I think, again, that just is the testament to this group and how well evenly matched it is. And when we look at where that's coming from, it's probably just those sort of setup shots that really let a lot of people down yesterday, because when we look at like the tons, the 140s, the 180s, all those was pretty around about the same. The tumblers checkouts was about the same, so there must be something somewhere. And we made a note of it yesterday in the commentary box about it's those shots where you're going from a 150 or a 140 and you should be leaving on the 2 dart, leaving a 3 darter, and then slipping one and then taking 6 darts to get down to the point of actually having a dart at the double. That's why the average came down slightly.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers make of today's proceedings, because as you'd expect, there is a shift in the market. Well, Conor Heneghan actually has gone from the favourite to go and win the group at the outset of yesterday to now the 20-1 outsider. And look, considering the position he's in, it's no surprise Matt Dennant is such a small price favourite now at 2-9. We've
said all week we didn't like that price of Conor Heneghan, and I think now it's sort of showing itself coming through with that sort of, I say, inconsistency. He's been judged around what he does at the very top of his game, which we know what he's done. He's had the 115 average, he's had the 9 dart leg, but what gels that together? A player like Matt Dennant does exactly that. He gels that all together. He puts a whole performance together. He's very consistent across the day, and that is what's going to win these groups. You can't go 100 in one game and 80 in the next. You're better off just putting 90 all the way through. That's where the consistent points are going to come from in this sort of group, and I think he's going to get this done today.
Should we have a look and see what you've tipped today?
Yeah, let's have a look, yeah.
Here is Prime Time's picks for day 3 action. Just under 6-1 this trade. We'll just talk us through it here.
I think there's not a lot of value in a lot of the head-to-head markets today. I think you've got to start looking a little bit deeper today in terms of the 180s and in terms of some of the handicap markets that are out there at the moment. Because the thing as well with these head-to-head markets, well, you're going to find it very tricky to pick something out today, and is purely down to the fact that these players are going to keep beating each other. And I think that's why you've got to dig a little bit deeper. Look at things like the checkout markets. John Michael, 7 ton-plus checkouts so far this week, and he'll be an interesting one to keep an eye on throughout the day.
Shall we get it on?
Why not?
Let's do it then. So, game 1 sees Sebastian Bialecki in action. He takes on Matt Dennant, the man at the top of the table going into day 3 here in Group A. Charlie Corsafine is the man in charge of all of the action today, and this man is going to make the run down to the commentary box to describe all the action alongside the asset himself, the former Players Champion, Paul Nicholson. Paul, it's a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Henry, and good morning to everybody tuning in this morning for Wednesday, which is International Women's Day. Unfortunately, we don't have any women in action today, but we do over the next couple of days with the greatest woman player of all time in Trina Gulliver. So we'll delay that for you for Thursday and Friday, but you'll have to make do with 19-year-old Sebastian Bialecki and Matthew Dennant in our first game, which is intriguing in the sense that Dennant is trying to protect his nice buffer at the top of the table of 4 points. And if he wins
first
again...
leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
If he wins for a 9th time in a row, he will create this 6-point gap that might just be too much to bridge for the rest of the field.
180.
The ideal start for Sebastian. And the ideal start for everybody else as well. Because when you think about Mike Warburton in
60.
second position, John Michael in 3rd, Sebastian in 4th, and even Conor in 5th, what they need is a favour. That favour must come from Bialecki very early and stop Dennant in his tracks. Like Matt Edgar mentioned a little bit earlier in the coverage, if Matt Dennant has had a weakness this week, it has been his games early in the campaign. And this is the kind of start, Matt, that everybody else really wants from Sebastian, because this has been very strong.
82.
Early maximum,
Sebastian, you require 85.
And 85 after 9.
Doesn't need to chase down the bullseye here. There's the luxury of setting it up due to that power scoring.
53.
Matt Dennant said our weakness, it's the opening game. 83 average on day 1, 76 yesterday. He gets stronger as the day goes in, and it's normally the missed doubles at the start of the day.
Sebastian required 32.
It's double 16 for a 13.
Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
Proceedings of well there for Sebastian Bialecki. And I can tell you as I was coming through, the players are interested in this
Second
match.
leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game
Yeah,
on.
I'm not surprised. When it comes to John Michael, Mike Warburton, and Conor, they will play in 5 rounds of matches today, of course. Only Jack Wareing knows his fate so
57.
far. He knows he's going to be in Group C over the next couple of mornings. We'll talk about that lineup coming up.
100.
But Dennant's doubling will only be a factor if he gets a shot. If his opponent outscores him thoroughly, you never know. There might be this
45.
crazy scenario where Dennant is not only stopped in his tracks, but his leg difference, which currently sits at plus 16 for the week, could be dropped as well.
85.
Which is exactly what needs to happen too. Because there is a gap of 8 legs between second place and first place. And in this world, that's almost like an extra 2 points.
100.
Running average for the week for Dennant, 87.53, which is very good. And in a strange sort of way,
125.
something that proves that averages don't mean everything is that Dennant, from Monday to Tuesday, won 2 more games than he did on Monday on
140.
Tuesday, but his average dropped over 6 points.
So just to further clarify the point there, you're saying his weekly running average of
87.
87. However, his running average for match number 1, the match we are watching now, the first game of the day, is 80.02. 7 points under his running average
94.
in this
Sebastian
fixture,
Bialecki,
the early
104.
morning round.
That's magnified by the fact that Sebastian
48. Matt, you
is
require
averaging
65.
way above that in this game. How are your doubles early today, Matt?
Game shot on the second
Just
leg.
a little bit
Matt
better
Dennant.
than it was the last couple of days for his opening leg of the campaign.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Let's look at Sebastian then. His running average of 88.97 is one of the best. In fact, it's the second best.
59.
But he had a weird day yesterday as well. Because on Monday, he averaged over 93. Yesterday, around 84.5.
140.
He was down in his average for the day by nearly 9 points. But he had a better day on Tuesday than he did on Monday.
100.
He's starting to compute the fact that averages on everything. It's all about something that Matt Dennant said yesterday, actually. It's a word that doesn't get used enough.
83.
Situational. Doing things in the right moments that give you the points. Stuff that doesn't give you a big average.
78.
You might win a game like Matt did yesterday, averaging in the 70s or in the early 80s. Does he care? No, he got 2 points. We've seen people
60.
lose with high 90s, like Sebastian on Monday.
When you say situational, imagine this game here. Sebastian Bialecki throws first and he holds all his throws in 15 darts. That means that
66.
for Matt Dennant to win the game, he's going to have to break at some point in 12. But against the throw, he could throw nothing
100.
and end up with a 81, 82 average. But in terms of the control of the match, it was never in threat.
83. Matt, you
Such a
require
lovely last dart.
118.
Very tricky shot for him. And Dennant doesn't have to go 60 here. He might go 16s for Bull. What are your thoughts on that one? Because
58.
he's got quite a
Sebastian, you
wide barrel.
require
I
115.
think maybe the 48 for Bull was probably the right shot.
95.
He does come back for
Matt,
60
you require 60.
to get that valuable break of throw in this first game of the day.
Game shot on
I was
the
about to say
third
plenty
leg.
of room to the
Matt
right.
Dennant.
He's found a way over the top there, and Matt Dennant has really polished up this finishing in the opening fixture. And I suppose that's what comes when you're top of the
Fourth
table
leg,
with
it's
4
Matt to
points
throw
cushion.
first. Game on.
You come in today with an air of confidence and almost a bit of a invincibility about you.
In previous weeks, and I'm not getting too ahead of myself, But if Dennant wins this
100.
game, he is not far from winning this group. Now, he lives in the West Midlands. He could be back there in around 2.5 hours.
85.
Is that about right?
I think he's about 45 minutes north of... So he'll probably be more like 3.
Okay. So it's 3 hours from here.
140.
Hypothetical question for you. He wins this group today. Does he go home or does he stay?
I think that's the sort of question that has different answers. And I think the answer is depending on how much he's been away so far. If he's someone who's been away a lot recently,
140.
he'd probably appreciate going home. However, if he's not been away too much recently, he'll probably be okay with staying the extra couple of days. It won't really mean anything, but you tend to find when you're on the road quite a lot,
81.
that actually, if you get the opportunity to have a day or two,
121.
you take it.
It's a good first start. Trying to eliminate the bullseye at the end of the
65.
combination. It's no longer a factor because of that 25. Even 2 singles leave him with single to double combination.
129. Matt, you require 56.
Tops has been good to him. First
46
miss of the day.
Sebastian, you require
Offers
66.
Bialecki a way out.
Same double for Bialecki.
26.
Same outcome being
Matt,
a
you
miss.
require 10.
Dennant, the last couple of days, has shown preference to the double 16 route.
Game shot on the fourth
Today, he's
leg.
loving that route.
Matt
The tops, the
Dennant.
10s and the 5s break down. It's all working for Matt Dennant. And if he takes this one, when we look at the fixtures ahead,
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian to throw
still got
first.
Jack Wareing
Game
to
on.
play, who's obviously bottom of the table at the moment with 0 points. We did say we think 3 wins would do it today for Dennant.
95.
Fascinating that Bialecki is having the better average and losing again. But that topic that we talk about
42.
all the time, and something that you brought up and brought to my attention, which is something I've looked for ever since, the range of their top average
99.
to their bottom average. We're looking at somebody in Dennant who is just tightening that up. Is he playing his best game right here? No, he's not. But is he playing his worst?
96.
No, he's not. He's somewhere close to his mean state. Around about an 85.
100.
The kind of amount of doubles that you really do expect him to. Around about 42%.
60.
This is bad news for the rest of the field. But maybe when Matt looked at the schedule this morning, he was very happy
47.
at getting game 1 because he had the opportunity to elongate that gap that he's created for himself.
46.
I don't remember the last
Sebastian
time I saw
require
somebody come back
160.
on a last day from 6 points behind. And hand on heart, I'm saying that nobody's going to beat Matt. But I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I thought Matt Dennant was the man for this group. Just on that, what we said, the
49.
range, the
Sebastian requires
consistency
64.
tends to be what you see his average is what he's doing throughout the day.
32.
Another opportunity there for Bialecki. Passes him by. You will get more. Matt Dennant back on 208. Matt Dennant, the only player, or one of 2 players, this week
100.
not to have took
Sebastian
out a
requires
ton plus finish.
32.
Jack Wareing also not ticked that box.
Kind of tricky now.
No score. Matt,
That
you
proved to be
require
too tricky.
108.
He might break that duck right now.
No time than winning it for the match. He loves double 16.
76. Sebastian, you require 32.
I wonder if he's going to rue that.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He will from that
Sebastian
leg.
Bialecki.
So he's had his first match-winning chance. If he can look at that as a bonus opportunity that
6th
has
leg, it's
just
Matt to throw first.
skipped
Game
him
on.
by, maybe now he can get it done on his own throat. But if he doesn't, he could be in a bit of jeopardy.
This is where you tend to find that a more inexperienced
96.
player hates that situation where they've missed a match dart And then they've got to go right back to the start again and back to that scoring phase, back to 501.
135.
You tend to find that that's something that you can do in your practice. You can practice those situations where if you don't hit, you have to go back to the beginning again so that it doesn't feel
58.
like such a mountain to have to climb once again.
You put someone like Aaron Monk in that situation, you guarantee there would have been some sort of reaction at that miss at double 16. But you don't get a great deal of emotion from Matt, even when he was talking to Henry yesterday on the balcony. He was just saying, I'll turn up tomorrow, do my best and see what happens. It's pretty much the standard dart player interview. But internally, I can guarantee you that Matt was thinking, I'd like to get it done sooner rather than later.
The dart player interview is traditionally cards very close to the chest. Don't give too much away. Don't try over-egging your chances. Everyone just reels it in a little bit, don't they, when they get the microphone in the face?
58.
Believe it or not, that's a chance for Dennant because Bialecki should have done better than that.
60.
Chance not really taken. He has blown his hands a little bit in this opening match. It's very cold here on the south coast in England today. In fact, there's been a lot of snow. Not here, but somewhat slightly north of here.
Matt, you require 170.
It's not going to snow right here with a big finish.
100.
Another 170.
Sebastian, you require 86.
So you'll have to wait a little bit long for that first ton plus finish of the week. Bialecki goes for double 7.
72.
And gives Dennant another chance to win the match.
Matt, you require 70.
To reach 18 points. To extend his lead at the top of the table. It's his favourite double 16.
38.
And that is the second
Sebastian, you require
time that
40.
Matt Dennant has had a match start at that double 16. Slightly south here for Bialecki. He's choosing to split.
Shot on the 6th leg.
Does so
Sebastian
successfully.
Bialecki.
Breaks the throw. Takes us all the way. And Sebastian Bialecki is Mr. 4-3 this week.
7th and final leg. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I've got a very interesting question to ask you, Matt. Who splits double 7?
Sebastian Bialecki.
How many people
95.
have you seen in, let's say, the last 3 to 6 months? How many people have you seen split double 7? It's very rare.
140.
I suppose he's just fearing the breakdown of it, but still, I'm not a fan of splitting myself because I think, well, if you split, you get 2 darts at the double.
123.
If you don't split, you're going to get 2 darts at the double. You might get 3.
96.
Right now, he's looking like a genius because he hit it. And the people in the practice room think he's a genius because he might just take Dennant out.
137.
But it's not over yet. And the best bad result for Matthew Dennant in this game
Sebastian, you
is 4-3
require
as a loss.
146.
Well, Bialecki's going to get 6 darts at this, so he's going to be able to set it up. We know he
46.
likes to set up, but he's literally left the 100. He's rounded it down. He's took off the odd bit.
96. Sebastian, you require 100.
It's fine-tooth comb united right now. Can Dennant get a
60.
third match
Matt, you
dart?
require 82.
He's had 2 at double 16.
62.
And now 1 at tops.
Sebastian, you require
3
40.
match darts in 3 different legs. But he could lose it.
Game,
and he
shot,
does lose the match.
And the match, Sebastian
On the bright
Bialecki.
side, if he was going to lose that match, losing 4-3 was the way to go. But his winning streak is over at 8 straight matches. You can see that Bialecki did have the best stats, but the chances were there for Dennant. 3 mismatched darts in 3 different legs. I'll just reiterate that because now he will stay on 16 points. It is Bialecki who now joins the party on 12. We will continue with round 1 when we come back. It will be John Michael and Mike Warburton after the break, and they were very happy about that result.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Have we just seen the first twist of the day? Matt Dennant squandering a 3-1 lead to Sebastian Bialecki, the Pole, running out a 4-3 victor in our first game of the day. That keeps Dennant now locked on 16 points in the group, and it means someone is going to have the opportunity to go within 2 of him as Mike Warburton takes on John Michael. It's our second game of the day, their first of the day. Watching this one in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
What a great opportunity now, Henry, for these two to get within 2 points of Matt Dennant at the top. Warburton, he was the man for Monday, getting 8 points from a possible 10. But over the course of the next day, only 4. John Michael has been sticking around. A sneaky under the radar 12 points, and he's definitely not out of it yet. It's up against the former World Masters semi-finalist from 2019. But he hasn't won as many Greek Open titles as this guy. I don't think anybody has. There's a lot of action on social media today about that trophy that Mike Warburton almost clasped in 2019.
First leg, it's John to throw
We will address
first.
it at some point and
Game
get the
on.
opinion of Matthew Edgar, and I might chuck in my own opinion as well. But first and foremost, John Michael, over the last couple of days, has averaged just shy of 83.5.
44.
It was steady on Monday at 87 exactly, but yesterday, Matt, dropped by 7 points. Where do you think those drops came from?
Well,
100.
it's not the finishing, because he had 39 darts at a double on Monday, 39 darts at the double yesterday. He converted 16 on Monday, converted 15
100.
yesterday, so there's only 1 dart difference there. Those treble-less visits and those slips into the 5. He's up against it here, though, Mike Warburton. We mentioned in the last game Matt Dennant,
85.
who he has his average drop off in the opening game. He was averaging 80, and in that first game he went gone up and averaged 80. Mike Warburton's the other end of the
140.
scale, where Mike Warburton's best darts come in this fixture, fixture number 1. Fixture number 1, he's averaging 92.78. The breakdown of that is a 91.09 and a 94.48. And I think that doesn't surprise me with Mike Warburton, because we see him come in with this, we said yesterday,
99.
steely, determined, focused look. I think he's one of those players that can really concentrate and focus for like the 1 and the 2 games, but as the games go on will struggle. Instantly comes to my mind someone like a Kevin Painter,
100.
someone
John,
who
you
used to
require
play his best games
180.
on the TV stages when he had the opportunity to just prepare for that one match.
Again, he's gone for the bullseye in 118. He did that yesterday.
58. Mike, you require
Who are we to argue?
156.
He's had more ton plus finishes than anybody, but bullseye in 118. I'm not really on board with it. I'm on board with this.
138. John, you
I'd be
require
disappointed in the
60.
end he didn't take that. Double top.
Game
has
shot on
been
the
pretty
first
good
leg.
On
John
double
Michael.
top this week is the Deadly Rose. Just to emphasise the point about Warburton,
Second leg, it's Mike to throw
he's averaged
first.
high
Game on.
80s the whole week. He's one of only 3 players that had their average for the day go up from Monday to Tuesday. But funnily enough,
60.
Warburton, Heneghan and Wareing all didn't get more points than they did on Monday. So averages really are lying.
99.
But there's a better story to tell when it comes to the doubling, especially when it comes to the Deadly Rose, who has been the king of the ton plus checkouts.
100.
We've only really seen the one slip really from Mike Warburton. That was game number 5 on Monday, when he described them both as gassed.
55.
Was when Conor Heneghan did that 180-164 combination at the end to win the match.
If you'd like a little bit of proof as to why John Michael is the greatest
46.
Greek player of all time, get your teeth around this. He's won the Greek Open 7 times. He's won the Cyprus Open 6 times. That in itself is brilliant.
81.
But he is the Greek national champion 14 times. So he's only 2 short of the greatest number, which is 16 for Phil Taylor, being a world champion and a match play champion.
135.
But in Greek darts, he is pretty much the Phil Taylor of that area of the world.
And you've got to say, those numbers
140. Mike require 160.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else coming through at the minute, but time will tell.
$60. John, you
I've seen a
require
couple of other players actually
126.
play with a Greek flag on their shirt. Benyan Simeonidis, his World Cup teammate. And the other being Boris Koltsov, who is actually under a neutral flag at the minute.
98. Mike require 100.
That is the only place on the dartboard that wouldn't have left him a finish. And what he has done is hand
40.
John
you
Michael the
require
opportunity to break the
28.
throw.
Game shot on the
doesn't need
second
asking
leg.
twice.
John Michael.
And if you want evidence of somebody starting well, what about the first game of the
Third
week?
leg, it's John to throw
Monday
first.
morning,
Game
John
on.
Michael beat Conor Heneghan, averaging 99.79, his best performance of the week. Now, it's not to that tune in this game so far,
54.
but it is better than what he was doing over the course of yesterday. His first game on Tuesday, he averaged 75. And he did lose that by 4 legs to 3 against Bialecki.
140.
Come on, then, let's get into it, because I know that anybody tuning in today is probably going to wonder what our opinion is about
60.
the BDO trophies going up for auction. Let me know your thoughts.
I think it's sad, first thing, when we look at the legacy and the history of it, but it's also
100.
a sign of the times. I mean, I did make a video on this yesterday, and I said I'm surprised I'm making the video, but I shouldn't be surprised because we knew it was coming at the same time. It's
100.
It's surprising, but not surprising. What happens with those trophies? I think a lot of them are going to go into collections. I'd like to potentially see one of these get snapped up by one of these touring organisations that do exhibitions and things to allow people
100.
the opportunity to have photo opportunities with past champions or just with the trophies themselves. I think that's probably the most enjoyable solution.
121.
So that the trophies can still be
Mike
enjoyed,
require
but
161.
I think someone somewhere is going to take them and put them into a cupboard somewhere, which, as a collector myself of things, I can get.
I'll give you my opinion in the next leg.
45.
You might have to wait 6 darts for that, or possibly more. John Michael's not going to take a 166.
60. Mike require 116.
Mike had a crack at a 156. This one's just a little bit easier. He's not going to take this one either. So Michael does have the chance of a 3-0 lead.
60. John, you require 106.
Great first start. Take your pick. And he
Game
picks
shot
it
the
out for
third leg.
another ton plus
John
checkout.
Michael.
He is racking up some sort of bingo card this week. And Mike Warburton is being
Fourth leg,
suffocated
it's
on the
Mike to throw
finishing,
first. Game
which has
on.
been nothing short of perfect from the man from Greece. Look at that. Warburton's had one shot at a double, and it was at that
100.
156 on double 18. I'd like to dig a little deeper when it comes to those trophies, because I know that everybody's got an opinion
85.
about the World Championship trophies and the World Masters trophies and even the World Trophy. But what about the inter-county trophies that people have been striving to win for decades?
100.
Where do they go? And particularly the BDO Gold Cups, because I've seen great players hoist those trophies over
43.
even recent years, like Jim Williams and Scott Mitchell. They will tell you how grand those singles and pairs trophies are. They are magnificent. And I want those to go to a good home. wherever it may
55.
be, as long as they're taken care of.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, when you look at things like that? Because essentially they are now retired trophies, aren't they? They're retired awards.
140.
And, you know, when you say, does it go to previous champions? It's like, well, who? And it reminds me of something I've heard about when people say about photographs,
140.
and they say a photograph's like a timestamp, and it's a moment that you're able to capture. I feel it's the same with these. It's, you know, as a collector myself, I like to collect things like
100.
football
Mike
shirts,
require
boots, things like that.
106.
I get it.
It is a topic we may come back to throughout the course of the day. But John Michael's looking to come back to the practice room, courtesy of another ton plus out.
58.
This
John,
one's a
you
bit
require
trickier. It requires
133.
either 2 trebles or a very creative route for 2 doubles. So if you get 57 first, you can go double-double. If you get a 60,
97.
you can't.
Mike, you require 48.
I don't know how many times I need to emphasize that point before somebody starts to listen to me. Don't miss this.
Game shot
Well
the
done,
fourth
Mike.
leg. My Warburton.
Well done.
I think Michael Warburton may have listened to you there, because
Fifth leg, it's John to throw
you said
first.
don't miss it,
Game
and
on.
he didn't.
He hasn't been given many shots at a double. It's been a very fair fight.
140.
We did see somebody with a 3-1 lead in the previous match, and they lost. Can Warburton maybe take some solace in that?
100.
Going back to the trophies, I did make a prediction of someone I think is going to end up with the trophies.
100.
Someone we know very well, someone who sat in this very chair with this very mic in his hand. Someone who won that trophy 3 separate occasions, I think. And I've just got that sneaky
100.
suspicion that it's going to end up in the hands of Glenn Durrant.
It could definitely end up in worse hands, that's for sure. Me personally, I'd like it to
85.
be in the hands of someone who's won it. Scott Mitchell, Glenn Durrant, Martin Adams. As far as the World Masters Trophy is concerned, I'd actually like that to be played for.
100.
If I was in a position and I was a wealthy man, I'd love to buy it and gift it to the WDF so that people can still play for the oldest trophy in the game.
100.
And I'm not just talking about the men either. I'm talking about the women's trophies too. I know Lorraine Winstanley's been on social media over the last few hours talking about the fact that she's won that trophy and how much it meant to her to see something that has graced their mantelpiece now up for
105.
sale. How must
John,
they
you
be
require
feeling today?
76.
Okay, 11 ball. Oh, that for double 14.
48.
He's missed a double for the first time in the
Mike
match.
require 96.
A saving opportunity here for Mike Warburton. It would be a breaker throw as well. He did this on the 100 earlier on, but this time he's got a chance to recover the situation, and he does. It's double 19.
77.
And that might be the last start he throws
John, you
in
require
this match.
28.
It should be. This would improve John Michael's points and his leg difference. But that won't. Ironically, he's got to stay there.
No
Oh,
score.
That's a horror show.
Mike, you require 19.
He should have been going back to that portion of the board after a single one. But that portion of the board
3.
is now missed by Warburton.
John, you require 28.
Possibly a scruffy end to this one on the doubles. Double 7.
14.
Well,
Mike requires
I
16.
didn't see this coming. He was 3 from 3 on the doubles coming into this. And he just can't get over the line. He may have to pay the fine.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Fine
My Warburton.
is that leg. Mike Warburton, that is a breaker throw.
I'm so glad they weren't dishing out fines
Sixth
for
leg,
losing
it's
legs
Mike
like
to
that.
throw
I would have
first.
cost
Game
myself a
on.
fortune. Look at Warby's shirt, and you feel like it's one of those designs that if it was 2D,
140.
you'd like to colour it in. It almost has an unfinished feel to it. I really like it. But this game is very much
140.
unfinished. That's my point. So if you want to colour it in, you're going to have to tune in all the way through to about 2:30 this afternoon.
How many times do we see this where
123.
the player gets an opportunity they didn't think they was going to get, and then just all of a sudden finds their A game out of nowhere and reels off 2 great legs?
180.
It's almost as if our producers knew that was going to be a maximum. And considering how many darts he missed at double in the previous leg to win the match, this is a great effort from John.
45.
Might go bull here.
100.
What do I know? A lot of people would have gone bull with that last dart to try and take that bullseye out of the equation, but the bullseye might be back in the equation now.
133. John, you require 81.
Well, John Michael might be getting more match darts. He's missed 5. He's 1 at the bull.
56.
Do I have to ask the question why Mike Warburton went to the 13s with his last dart? He had 73 and he went treble 13, which would have left double 17. Was it a miscount?
Game
It
shot
doesn't
on the
matter
sixth
anymore.
leg. My Warburton.
That's a strange route to take out 73 with 3 darts in 2 different visits, but it works.
7th
and we're
final
getting a
leg.
bit
It's
of
John to
deja
throw
vu
first. Game on.
Missed darts for the match in 2 different legs by John Michael, and that's exactly what Dennant had in the previous game.
I think with that last shot, Mike Warburton just didn't want to try and work the maths out
60.
again, so he just, well, there's a 3 on the end of that. I'll throw there. It'll probably leave me something, or he might have thought he left him the 24.
He must have thought he was on
55.
63 instead of 73. But it all worked out in the end. If he's on 73 a little bit later in the day, or even in this leg,
100.
we may get some more information about that. How much is this going to hurt the Deadly Rules if he loses this one?
100.
It'd also be a bit painful for Mike Warburton. One of the worst things is when you turn around one of those big
59.
deficits like you had in this game, you pull it all the way back to 3-3, and then you lose the last leg, and you think, what was that all about?
Tight game on the stats. They're almost meeting in the middle. The
81.
doubles, in fact, do tell a very similar story. Only 1 dart difference.
42.
John Michael's had 1 more dart at a double in the match. In the grand scheme of things, that's nothing.
He should have had more, though. If you remember that shot of the double 14 when he went in the 11, then bust the 17, going for the big 1.
130.
It was good thinking there from Mike Warburton. Leaves himself the 135, which is much more gettable.
100.
We'll have to start on the bullseye
Mike
this
require
time.
135.
And he gets it again. What he gets now is a match dart.
Game,
that is
shot,
glorious.
and the match. My
What a
Warburton.
finish from Warby. Not just the last 3 darts, but the last 6 were exceptional. 265 and 6 gives him the win, and for the 2nd consecutive match here on Wednesday morning, somebody wins from 3-1 down. 44% on the doubles ultimately does see Warburton get 2 very valuable points, and that puts him within 2 points of Matt Dennant at the top. We may just have a group on our hands here, folks. Match 3 will end round 1 for Wednesday. It will be Conor Heneghan trying to keep the pace up against Jack Wareing.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it looks as if a pattern of play is beginning to develop in our opening 2 matches on Wednesday. A player going 3-1 up and then going on to lose the match. It was John Michael who did it this time against Mike Warburton, opening up a 3-1 lead, had opportunities to go on and win the game on that double 14, which turned into a scrappy leg, which Warburton won, and he used that as his moment to build in the game. He then went on to win it with a 135 checkout. It now means for him, in terms of the group table, it means that he keeps chase with Matt Dennant going just 2 points behind him. Next up for us is Conor Heneghan in action. He takes on Jack Wareing, being watched by Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. It's up to Conor Heneghan now to try and keep the pace. He's on 10 points in the table and is now 6 points behind the top spot, but only 2 points behind 2 players in the chasing pack. If he was to be the first person defeated by Jack Wareing this week, he would probably be staring Group C in the face, which is where Jack will be playing the next couple of days. But, you know, I'm a movie fan, Matt. And looking at what these guys are wearing today, here come the men in black.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
And there's another one in Charlie Costerfield. Everybody got the memo this morning.
I didn't know if he was going to go with Rocky, because that would be what this story would feel like if Jack Wareing was to get that first victory here, because it would be the big climb. He has had a
70.
increased performance yesterday. We did go through some of his stats and data from his county days and said that he does have a couple of averages past the 90 mark. And we thought we was about to see one yesterday
58.
when he took on Sebastian Bialecki. Nearly beat the young Pole. It went 4-3. But he's certainly shown us glimpses, didn't he, yesterday, Jack, that he could cause some problems today.
85.
I just wonder what he's going to do in his first performance today, because yesterday it was arguably his worst performance.
140.
Just needs to start on a more positive footing. It was actually match 2 yesterday where something started to kick in. And if he does have a miss, it is to his left.
30.
His average did increase yesterday, but only by just under a point. So we maybe
95.
have found his level of mid-70s. So that's about 25 per dart in old money. As far as Heneghan is concerned, he didn't have as good a points day yesterday, but his average went up by almost
100.
3 points. Probably courtesy of the fact that he had his first ton plus average of the week yesterday.
$140.
So the average around about the 75, the 25 in terms of the old money as such, which is what they judge the counties and the Super
Conor
Leagues by.
requires
And
68.
that's sort of his average at county stage, and it's also the same for his Super League.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, that's beautiful
Conor
from
Heneghan.
Conor. Opening break of throwing 14 darts, and already Jack is up against it.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
I'm not surprised, though, yesterday that the
134.
worst performance of the day for Jack Wareing was Game 1, because he did come into it off the back of Monday, which really didn't go to plan for Jack Wareing. He only managed to find himself 9 darts at a double. He won just 1 leg, so I can imagine him coming into yesterday a bit void of confidence, where today's actually got something to cling on to. That game with Sebastian
85.
Bialecki is the one that really stands out for me, because it looked like he was going to win the match. He had opportunities. And I don't just mean 1 dart at the end of a
30.
ton plus combination. He was having 3 and 4 darts in legs.
And the odds on that match were kind of silly, weren't they?
It was 1-66, Bialecki going
54.
into the match.
That is probably the first time I've ever seen that in all my time here. And I've been covering this tournament since
47.
we were locked down at home.
Well, when I get here in the morning, I take a screen grab of the odds, and we keep an eye to look out for any market movers. That game, we
96.
pulled it up so we could see the odds, and as we pulled it up, it literally went from around about the 1-14 to 1-66. That meant there was some sizable punts
135.
just before the off on that game.
Conor, you require
Just remember, everybody, over
132.
18s only. Gamble responsibly, please, and begambleaware.org is the website you need for more information. That's a nice recovery for Conor.
92.
Strolling towards the halfway point here. Sometimes I wonder what these players do when these sessions are over.
95.
Do they
Conor,
practice a
you
little bit more
require
at night
40.
time, or do they wait until the next morning to do that? Double top. One right, one left.
20.
One low.
Jack, you require 128.
One of two players not to get a ton plus out the first couple of days.
46.
He hasn't worried this
Conor, you
one.
require 20.
To double his lead. Needs the 5s.
10. Jack, you require
Opportunity.
82.
For Jack Wareing. He should be getting a dart at a double in this one. He's had to do that a few times today, and it's not really what he's had to reset. It's like he's misgripped it, and every time he's done it, he's missed.
36. Conor, you require 10.
Back for double 5. Now for 5 more.
Game shot on
And
the
5
second
more
leg.
he gets.
Conor Heneghan.
10 more darts than his first leg, but he doesn't care.
I'm wondering
Third
if
leg,
this
it's
is
Jack
a
to
sign
throw
of
first.
nerves
Game
or
on.
even a sign of the cold, because see him there rubbing his arm. I wonder if he's doing it again here, where he's just not settled with the dart.
If you are a little bit chilly, and this is free advice coming from people
85.
who have played in slightly colder environments, you go to local tournaments, it might not be particularly warm in a place at first, but when you get a lot more people in
57.
there, it will warm up. Bodies make heat. What are the things that will allow you to warm up quicker?
43.
Now, a lot of people will rub their hands, but what they don't tell you is that rubbing your heart will actually warm your body up quicker. It'll speed up the blood flow through your body. That's something
134.
that people do in survival mode. So remember to rub your chest if you are a little bit cold, and that will help. But the extremities, when it comes to that, hand warmers, keeping your hand in your
31.
pocket in between throws, that helps.
There was another good tip that I picked up from Bear Grylls, and he says it's hard to do it without you being able to see, but you sort of bring
85.
your hands across your chest, and then you open up the chest and you take the arms to the widest point, like you're flapping your arms like a bird.
Sounds like
40.
something Alan Norris would do. And we'll find out because he's coming here tomorrow. Tell you what will be interesting
77.
tomorrow when Trina Gulliver joins us in Group B. I wonder how she feels about the trophy that she's won 10 times going up for sale. That's going to be an interesting interview for Henry
26.
to get.
Conor, you require 148.
We'll come back to that point in a second because it looks like Conor Heneghan is going to set up a double.
100.
Not the double, but the checkout. Now he's got the choice. If he'd got the 60, he was going for double 4, but at least here,
66.
it's up
Conor,
to
you
him what he
require
leaves.
48.
double 16.
Game shot on
Nice
the
find
third
there for
leg.
Conor, and that's
Conor
2 breaks of
Heneghan.
throw now, 1 away from an ideal start. If he gets the next leg, it will be 12 points, and his leg difference will
Fourth
be back
leg, it's
to
Conor to
plus
throw
5.
first.
He would actually
Game
jump
on.
John Michael in the table and Sebastian Bialecki as well. That's a big jump for one game. 2 spots.
100.
Yeah, just coming back to that point, obviously Trina Gulliver has won that Women's World Championship trophy 10 times.
45.
A lot of people think that she should maybe get her hands on that, but I'll be fascinated to get her opinion about that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a tricky one for me, really, because there's a lot of people saying it should go to the previous champions,
80.
but what do we do? Do we cut it up and give it to a bit each? Because how do you define which champion should get it?
Well, let's face it, Trina's won it 10 times, Anastasia's won it 3 times.
180.
Suzuki's won it the last 2 times it's been played for. Technically, Bo Greaves hasn't played for it. I'm not going to ignore that 180 for Jack Wareing. Well done, Jack. Pressure's off now. Let's see what you can do. And we can't forget about the fact that Francis Huntelaar's won it as well.
60.
If I was the
46.
philanthropist with the right amount of money, I wouldn't care about how much that trophy was bought for. I'd pay more money for it, and I would have it for Trina. No disrespect to Anna or to Suzuki or the others who have won it. But I think it would be a nice gesture to have that trophy gifted to the 10-time world champion.
170.
But look at that from Conor.
Jack requires 76.
Again, he's lost himself into the fives, and 11 was the shot there, Jack. He's chased down the 25. He's took the risk. It hasn't paid off. There's even a risk there of hitting the bullseye in that situation.
Conor, you require 15.
It's all up to you, Conor. Can you hit double 4 for the win?
Game,
double 4
shots,
for 4-0.
and the match, Conor Heneghan.
Pretty comprehensive, averaging in excess of 82. And unfortunately for Jack Wareing, he just can't seem to get out of the blocks when it comes to his first game of the day. 33% is very competent on the outer ring. He did miss most of those darts at double in the second leg. But apart from that second leg, he was very, very good indeed. And he gets himself up to the top half of the table now. So what can we do from here? We'll go into round number 2 when we return. Will be John Michael against Matthew Dennant, who has got people on his tail now.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor Heneghan has got his day off to a winning start, getting the better of Jack Wareing by 4-0. That completes our first cycle of games then here on day 3. Let's have a quick flash of the table then to see where we are in terms of the action. Matt Dennant still at the top of the table, but his lead at the top, at the summit, has been cut down now to 2 points to Mike Warburton in second place on 14. John Michael, Conor Heneghan, Sebastian Bialecki are all on 12. However, big game ensuing here in game 4 of our day, because John Michael can move within 2 points of the league leader, Matt Dennant, by deposing of the man at the top of the table. This is a big round of matches, perhaps the biggest round of matches in the day so far. So let's get into the action in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Ecker.
Yeah, things are looking very interesting, aren't they, Henry? John Michael with an early defeat in the same sort of vein as Matthew Dennant. 3-1 up and losing 4-3. What will that do for both of their chances of winning this group? As far as John Michael's concerned now, he's plummeted to 5th position now, courtesy of that 4-0 win for Heneghan over Wareing. Dennant is still at the top.
First
but if he was to lose this one as well,
game on.
and Warburton was to get a big win against Jack Wareing, group on.
I did predict at the very start that this will go down to the very end. And I still stand by that.
140.
So you're saying, somewhat speculatively, I'm trying to give you a get-out clause there, Matt. Dennant
30.
versus Wareing is the last game. Are you saying that maybe he has to do something in that game?
It wouldn't surprise me if it went that far. I mean,
59.
let's just get out the big bag of what-ifs for a second.
Oh, I like that phrase.
And we'll unzip it and see what happens.
140.
So let's go with John Michael beats Matt Dennant. He moves to 14 points. Then we've got our next game, which is
100.
Conor Heneghan, Sebastian Bialecki. They're both on 12. One of them will move to 14. So that's Michael, Heneghan or Bialecki will be on 14. Plus Warburton. Jack Wareing is playing Mike Warburton in the last one, which, by everything we've seen so far, we'd have to give that win to Mike Warburton, which moved into 16. So we'd have 2 players on 16, 2 players on 14.
We've had 2 170 approaches
45.
in 2 legs.
Might you require 32.
But this time, Dennant has left a double, whereas Heneghan left 15.
Game shot
and
the
on
first
both
leg.
occasions,
Matt Dennant.
they have converted in 2 darts. This is a really good start from Matthew Dennant.
Second leg, it's John
Exactly
to throw
what he
first. Game on.
We did mention that Matt Dennant, if he has a weakness, it is game 1. That is done. That is out the way. That is in the locker. And this is where we start to see the better of him coming. But these are 2 players that have something in common.
40.
They both lost their opening game, but they probably both should have won it. Matt Dennant missing 3 darts for the match. There was at the end of combination shots.
85.
108, 82 and 70. But John Michael, much more comprehensive. He should have won his game more convincingly. He had 6 match darts,
57.
but he should have had so many more. Some sloppy setup shots, missing the big numbers. And that will be one that got away when he
60.
was defeated by Mike Warburton about 25 minutes ago.
Just having a little look over the last couple of days, trying to establish some patterns like you are. Second game
60.
of the day for Dennant over the last couple of days. Lost narrowly to Warburton, did Dennant. 4 legs to 3, averaging almost 89. But then, after that defeat, he went on that winning streak, didn't he? And on Tuesday, his second match,
100.
it was a 4-3 win against Conor Heneghan, who in that match did not miss a double. So he's involved in his second match of the day,
100.
usually in a tight contest. Are we in for the same again?
Well, in both of those games as well, he's averaged a high 88.
83.
So
John, you require 154.
Which is roughly where he's about at the moment.
And he hasn't lost to John Michael this week. That's something he will remember.
138. Matt, you require 161.
Will he remember this? Probably not.
45. John, you require 16. Game shot on the second
Beautiful
leg.
leg there from John. I know it's
Michael.
19 darts, and he's still shaking his head. But you said at the top of the show, Matt, that dart players are very hard to please.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Yes, and
Game on.
essentially, we can pick up on a bit of free psychology here for you. Now, you just said something there yourself where
98.
with dart players ourselves, we've around this attitude. You says he's never lost to John Michaels so far this week. Now, what a psychologist will tell you
60.
is that is a negative positive. What you should be saying is he always beats John Michael, because you're thinking of it from the losing point of view, not from the winning.
So is that more of an
57.
insight into me as opposed to Dennant?
It's an insight into dart players in general. We always do. We look at it. You know, I know this
100.
stuff. I'm qualified in this stuff, and I'll still say the same sort of things. And it just keeps the possibility. You're thinking of the possibility of losing. The idea of losing is
97.
what you're contemplating, not the thought of the win.
Yeah, that's insightful, actually, because if you think about your bad records against certain players,
140.
I have lost to Raymond van Barneveld in every competitive match I've ever played against him. And that's the phrasing I would use.
140.
I could say, I haven't beaten him yet. That's a very different statement from what you've just mentioned.
And even adding the word
60.
yet means
Matt
that you know it's
Require,
coming.
109.
It's just when.
I just don't think it's coming, though. I don't think me and Raymond are going to play each other again.
Well, you did pick some darts up the other day in the
77.
house, and
John,
before
you
you threw them, you
require
said, please don't
141.
laugh. So
Wasn't that bad, actually. They weren't even my darts, they were yours. I was throwing my own
50.
last night. They weren't too bad,
Matt
actually.
Require,
A few 180s.
32. Game
Oh,
shot on
that's
the third
much
leg.
improved from
Matt
Dennant.
Dennant.
Takes the lead 2-1. And like I mentioned, his last couple of games in round 2 over
Fourth
Monday and
leg, it's
Tuesday
John
went
to
the
throw
distance.
first.
I've got a
Game
sneaky
on.
suspicion this might be the case too.
mention a few 180s. Matt Dennant, the biggest hitter of 180s of this group. He's hit 12. John Michael on
125.
the 9. So 21 80s, 21 180s between them. None yet in this game.
119.
Do you think we're going to get that elusive 9 this week? Because we've only had one under this roof since September the 3rd, when we migrated
100.
from Southampton to Portsmouth. I'd like to think that we are. Maybe it'll come from Alan Norris, because he hit one at
57.
Minehead once for £35,000. On top of that, we're going to get a look at Trina Gulliver. Jamie Kelling will be the other person
140.
joining us in Group B tomorrow night. Rhys Robinson, Scott Baker and Steve Haggerty will be in Group C the next couple of mornings. If Scott Baker ever hits a 9-darter, it may be the quickest in
140.
history.
John, you require 136. $60.
It's just where he needed the one treble to leave himself a single dart, the double. If Matt Dennant can find one here,
59.
To
John,
try
you
and leave the
require
120.
76.
because this might only be the one dart of the double, he's going to get 2.
Game
He
shot
doesn't
on the
need
fourth
2.
leg.
He only needs
John
the 1.
Michael.
It's 2-2. It's level. Just going back to
Fifth leg, it's Matt
nine-darters
to
for a
throw
second.
first. Game
You'll
on.
probably know this story better than me because I'm sort of relaying a story, but you'll probably remember it better from the era. There used to be a 9-dart prize fund that rolled over, and if a 9-darter wasn't
100.
hit on the Pro Tour, it'd roll over. And I believe it went to one weekend, was it Dave Askew hit it, but then like 2 other people hit it the same weekend, so it got split.
95.
I don't know about that story, but I do know a funny one about Mervyn King and Raymond van Barneveld. It was March 2009. We were in Coventry at what's
135.
now the CBS Arena. It was a very, very cold March day. And there were people playing in hoodies and all sorts.
140.
On the Saturday, Mervyn King, in a fleece, hit a 9-dart leg and got a rolling bonus of £4,000.
174.
The very next day, Raymond van Barneveld hit one on the Sunday and got 400 quid. Raymond wasn't happy
60.
In fact, I do remember
Matt, you
Mervyn
require
laughing at that.
92.
because he thought it was quite amusing.
I'd still be laughing now if I was Mervyn King.
40.
But they don't do that rolling prize anymore. But there is a rolling prize in Champions Week here. If someone was to hit a $9 in Champions Week here,
require
1,500 quid. Is that 180 in vain?
Game
It
shot on the
is.
fifth leg.
Dennant
Matt
is scrapping really well in this game. His doubles are not letting him down. Look at this. 50%.
Sixth leg, it's John
and he's
to throw
keeping
first.
John Michael at bay with some very good scoring as well.
He's answering the questions as well, isn't he? That was a big 180 there from John Michael to set him up on the 26. And I like that player, John Michael, because in a traditional situation, you'd move over to the 18s to leave the 32.
45.
In that situation, he wanted to make Charlie do the big call, the elongated call, rather than just go 140, Matt, you require. He got him calling, got him shouting, made Charlie talk for longer through the Dennant throw. It was a good play.
134.
You know, when I played on this stage a few months ago, Marco Meyer was my referee. Love it when Marco was a ref. He's just such a great character
55.
in the game. But I didn't realise until yesterday just how loud Charlie is. Because he popped into our commentary box and did a few sound bites
60.
on our microphones. And boy, does his voice carry. We don't just bring you premier players here. We've got premier refs. Charlie's one of the best.
Okay, I take that back. I think he just likes double 13.
I knew you were going to say that. Oh,
97.
No. That last start, the treble 7 doesn't help him. And it could well be another 7-leg match in round 2 for Matthew Dennant.
Game shot.
And maybe he does like double 13 because it's got him level. And he still hasn't missed a double in this match. Well, look at those again. 3 out of 3. And he's making Matt Dennant's 50% look
It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
He did this in his last game. It was 3 from 3 going into the final leg and then couldn't get over the line. John Michael, that is. 6 match darts missed and should have been even more.
44.
Is this the biggest leg of the group so far? Because if you consider the fact that Dennant
100.
could lose this leg and stay on 16 points, he's not going to lose his spot at the top of the table in round 2, but he may be equalised on points
100.
if he's not careful.
Well, he's managed to get about 100 on the
60.
scoreboard going into visit number 3. So John Michael's going to need a couple of trebles just to keep pace.
100.
1 might not be enough.
Wasn't Matthew Dennant the person who nicked your spot in a Group C once? When you lost the last
40.
couple of games, he won his last 2 games and eventually topped the group. I'm sure it was in Southampton. He's almost in the position that you were in
Matt, you require
the last day of the group, and now people are trying to chase him down. And he's got a problem. That problem is that Mr. Ton Plus finish
64.
this week is on something
John, you require
makeable, and he hasn't missed a double. Bad news?
97.
Good news for
Matt,
Dennant.
you
He gets his chance.
100.
I think he might have to take it.
He hasn't took a Ton Plus finish out all week. And he won't do it on this
60.
occasion. It could be 2 from 2 for the man who
John,
went
you
8 from
require
8.
20.
This is a brilliant performance from John Michael.
Game,
And we're going to prove it now by showing you the
John
stats.
Michael.
But ultimately, Matt Dennant has got a fight on his hands now. And we've got a group on our hands. That's a great result for the chasing pack, which includes John Michael now, who's now up to 3rd in the table, only 2 points behind Dennant. 96.36 is one of his best performances of the week, and his doubling was special at 80%. It's now over to you, Conor Heneghan and Sebastian Bialecki. Who's going to get closer to the top in our next match after this?
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
We are available 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year, and you can be a part of it as well at the MODUS Super Series. Tickets available for every single Saturday night session. It really is a premier darty party in Pompey. Be a part of the very unique atmosphere that the Live Lounge in Portsmouth provides. You can head over to dartshop.tv to claim tickets for every single week between now and Champions Week on the 6th of May. And the best bit, it doesn't cost a penny. However, it could be defeats that may be costing Matt Dennant in the race for the first spot into Saturday night's final, because he's just lost out in another last leg decider, this time to John Michael, who's averaged 96.36, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 5 on the doubles, to depose of Dennant in terms of the league table. Now, 2 players within 2 points of Dennant, and Mike Warburton plays Jack Wareing in a couple of games' time. But next up for us, Conor Heneghan takes on Sebastian Bialecki. The winner of this will also move in 2 points of Matt Dennant. Things are getting very interesting indeed. And in the commentary box for us for this one, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Henry. Interesting is the word. And if you consider Heneghan, Bialecki, Michael and Warburton, if they'd have drawn up a scenario in the first 4 matches, it probably is what we've seen. 2 defeats for Dennant. And now we have what Matthew Edgar described as the bag of ifs and buts. We've unzipped it, and now it's a case of what happens next.
I think they've all fell out all over the place now. We've got to try and pick them back up and put them back into place again, which is what the league table is going to do for us. And one of these players is going to move to 14 points within 2 of the lead.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Mike Warburton is sat just behind Matt Dennant. He's playing Jack Wareing, who, all things considered, when you're bottom of the table with minus 36, I don't think it's unfair to suggest that Mike
85.
Warburton will win that game. And it's really going to tighten everything up at the top. And anyone who's took that 2 to 9 on Matt Dennant to win this group is all of a sudden going to be getting a little bit nervous.
Do you know yesterday when we were talking around game 12?
135.
And I was almost glorifying the fact that you tipped Matthew Dennant to win this group. And I reneged on my Sebastian Bialecki pick.
140.
There's a little portion of my brain right now just starting to pulsate, saying, don't give up yet.
46.
Sebastian might make me look like a genius. He's not out of it. Now, he did win the first game of the day against Dennant with some good stuff.
96.
But the one problem that the chasing pack have right now is that leg difference. If there is a bright spark for Dennant, it's the fact that he's lost 4-3 twice. He's only lost 2 legs.
130. Sebastian, you require 126.
The leg difference is the second
98.
deciding
Conor,
factor.
you
So it's
require
points first,
105.
then leg difference. It can act like a bit of a bonus point at times. His tops are Heneghan for his 6th
85.
plus checkout.
Sebastian, you require
the week.
28.
Double 14. And he finds it with ease.
Game shot on the
He
first
wasn't
leg.
sure.
Sebastian Bialecki.
It's a good job we've got Charlie up there just to remind you that when it's in, you actually win the leg, Sebastian.
Second leg is Sebastian to throw first.
See, just
Game
going
on.
back to predictions again, if you didn't abandon the Sebastian Bialecki ship and leave it stranded in the ocean, 16 to 1
100.
this morning, if you'd have stayed the captain of that ship, that could have been a nice little price to steer in.
There may have been a few people out there having a little
78.
flutter on that.
Unfortunately, Paul Nicholson was in the lifeboat rowing his way over to the Matt Dennant ship.
Very, very close to the shore.
125.
Looking for safety. Sometimes,
81.
and including last week, we have been looking forward to the next two groups at this stage. If you think about Gary Stone last week, he made 26
140.
points in the first 3 days. We predicted on Monday, like we always do when we're together in the commentary box, that maybe 20 to 22
70.
points was going to be
Sebastian
the winning
Bialecki,
post here.
136.
20 starting to look better than 22 at the minute. What's the
82.
ideal result in this match for Dennant then? Is it 4-3 either way? 4-3 Bialecki because he's one leg behind Conor Heneghan?
105. Sebastian Bialecki,
It's really hard to
54.
tell. Double top.
Game
He's
shot on the
2-0
second
up.
leg.
Gets the
Sebastian
jump.
Bialecki.
Now, can he maintain this standard? First 2 legs, 67%
Third leg, it's
on
Conor to
doubles,
throw first. Game
and
on.
28 darts for those first couple.
If I was Matt Dennant and I was looking for an ideal scenario,
140.
I'd want to see Bialecki beat Heneghan strong. Reason for that is that's Matt Dennant's next match. So if
58.
Heneghan takes a heavy defeat, how much will that lag into the next game? Especially considering that there's not long to go. There's literally just one game and it's straight back on again.
I like that answer because you looked at it a
55.
completely different way to me. I'm looking at the table. You're looking at it from a round-to-round scenario situation.
58.
How will Conor be affected by a heavy defeat before he plays that opponent next? I like that thought, actually. So maybe Bialecki getting a big win against
84.
Heneghan would be advantageous for Dennant. But one thing we do know about Matt is that losing his first 2 games of the day doesn't deter him.
58.
And the other thing there is, if Heneghan is to lose this, it means he can only reach 18 points, which he's not going to be able to win the group with 18 points.
140.
Then you lose to Plan B, which, when you're playing a consolation game, where you're trying to get into Group B and that's what you're playing for rather than trying to get through, does it still have the same intensity when you move from Plan
Conor
A?
Heneghan, 82.
Single 17 now.
Game
And
shot
a
on the
double
third
top
leg.
for a 15
Conor
darter.
Heneghan.
We might have a game on our hands here, both averaging well north of 90. Now, if we are
Fourth leg,
able
it's
to get
Sebastian to
another
throw
look
first. Game on.
at this side-on camera when these guys are playing, I just want you to have a look at the darts
93.
of Conor Heneghan. And look at the way the points are pointing to the floor when he pushes them through the air.
55.
From my coaching experience, that's why his right shoulder is getting involved. Most dart players have the points pointing towards the sky
60.
and flowing through the air in a rainbow-style motion. But here, look at the point. It's pointing to the floor. The flight is higher than the point. He's pushing it through the air.
140.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Edgar?
Well, it means there's got to be a bit of lift somewhere, doesn't it, to get the height. And they say the dart will travel as an arc. So if the dart, the shape in the hand is with the point up, it allows it to go on that arc with a smooth trajectory. If the point is down, it means the flight has to first compensate for the dart to allow the point to come up first. So you'll get a little bit of a wobble. Could also lead to a little bit of fishtailing as well if the thumb comes into play. It releases a little bit late.
Yeah, fishtailing is a bit of a coaching term in darts where the flight will go side to side in the air.
40. Sebastian, you require 108.
Funny how we call it fishtailing. We don't call it ducktailing because when ducks walk, they do exactly the same thing.
You're going to Henry Deacon me now and start talking about crocodile attacks, aren't you? Going zigzagging.
There's no crocodiles in Portsmouth. Don't know what he's talking about.
48. Sebastian, you require 48.
Make it the odd seal. Trying to seal leg 4.
Game shot on the
exactly
fourth
what he
leg.
does.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Wasn't there a seal that was doing a tour of the UK in 2022?
Fifth leg, it's Conor
Going
to
down
throw
the south
first.
coast, ended
Game
up
on.
on Blythe Beach up in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, it popped in at Scarborough as well.
Fish and chips, obviously.
140.
Probably went to the Harbour Bar for its massive ice cream. Getting ice cream as big as your arm. I always think I'm going to finish it. Never do.
82.
Fan of Scarborough?
Fan of the Harbour Bar.
Great dart player from Scarborough by the name
90.
of Graham Usher. One of the faces of the MODUS Super Series in 2022 with the likes of Conan Whitehead.
100.
The first Super Series champion. Super Series 2 champion Raymond Smith. What a win that was for him.
104.
But who's going to lift Super Series 3? You never know, it could be this young man.
99.
You've got
Conor,
to
you
make your way
require
through the week first
167.
and then have a chance from the week commencing the 1st of May. He's going for the bull.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
boy.
fifth leg.
Missed a big
Conor
finish this
Heneghan.
week. He's had a 164. Now he's added the 167 to his collection.
Sixth leg, it's
It's quite
Sebastian
a
to throw
collection. He's got
first. Game
6
on.
ticked in that box. The 164, the 111, the 100, the 113, the 118. And now he adds the
96.
167. There's only one he can do better than that now.
Ironically, it's not as hard as a 167.
46.
Wouldn't be a bad game, that, actually. Having a bit of MODUS Super Series bingo
140.
when it comes to finishes throughout the week. People tend to do that with commentators, don't they? As to what they're going to say.
140.
Some people have got their own sayings. Have you ever played that game?
Yeah. Yeah, how'd they go at that?
95.
What's one of your favourite commentary sayings from one of the most well-known commentators in the modern game?
I think the most famous one at the moment
95.
is the
Sebastian, you require
Wade Mardle, I can't
170.
speak, which I know Robert Rickwood's not too pleased about.
Why's that?
He seems to think that's his phrase.
134.
And he put it out on Facebook the other day, Robert Rickwood, someone who plays in this very regular. I thought, what are you stealing Wayne Mardle's lines for? He wasn't too happy.
Ah, I see. But it's Bialecki
75.
who's looking to steal
Sebastian,
the game.
you require 36.
Maybe moment of the game belongs to Heneghan with the 167 out. But double 9
Game,
means that
shots,
the points
and the match.
belong to Sebastian.
Bialecki.
He's the one who goes to 3rd position in the table on 14 now, and he's back in the reckoning. It's Mike Warburton who will come next against Jack Wareing, and he's under pressure to get more points to equalise Matt Dennant. But for now, it's Bialecki with 50% on the doubles, and he didn't need any big checkouts, did he? Look at the highest one of 54. His scoring throughout was excellent, with 95.09. When we come back, it will be the climax of round 2 with the aforementioned Warburton against Wareing.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Sebastian Bialecki really is making a move, isn't he, here on day 3 of Group A. Fantastic game that between him and Conor Heneghan. Bialecki running out a 4-2 winner. Both players averaging above the 90 mark, and Heneghan with a 1-6-7 finish as well in the process. So what that does in terms of the table, it means there's 3 players behind Matt Dennant on 16, Bialecki moving on to 14, sandwiching himself in the middle of Warburton and Michael. But it is Warby who is up next in action. He takes on Jack Wareing, our ADC qualifier this week. If Warburton wins this clash, he will move on to 16 points, level with Matt Dennant at the top of the table, who has lost each of his opening 2 matches here. Well, Paul Nicholson has posted on Twitter about if anyone's won a BDO trophy, it's up for sale. Stick it as your profile photo and celebrate it. So I take it Matthew Edgar's not going to be changing his profile photo anytime soon.
Burn right there. Henry below the belt. Having said that, neither have I. Over to you, Matt. Do you have a response for Henry there?
No, I've got a rule in life that you don't get into arguments with people below you, because they'll just bring you down to their level and beat you on experience.
Do you know what? I didn't expect that from Henry at all. But we're going to get our own back on you by the end of the day, kidder. I have a rule that you don't touch a trophy that you haven't won. And respect the people who have.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
But yeah, stand by that tweet. If you've won one of those BDO trophies throughout your career, stick it as your profile photo and celebrate it. Because I'm a bit of a nostalgic kind of guy. I want to see who's won them
60.
in the past. So people like Fallon Sherrick who have won the World Trophy, people who have won the World Masters like John O'Shea. I want to see that today. I want to revel in darts history for another couple of weeks before those trophies are sold on.
40.
But what we are doing today is reveling in this group all of a sudden, which has been thrown wide open.
I feel like we need to discuss this because it's happening again where Jack Wareing's sort of setting
43.
the dart and having to reset the dart. We mentioned that maybe his hands was a little bit cold. I was looking at potentially the transition between the hands, and in that situation, when he's approached the board, he's looking at
45.
the dart and he's getting the dart in the hand as it's coming through. I think it's potentially the transition of going from left hand to right hand that I think he's just struggling a little bit with that at the moment. Maybe he's rushing a bit.
180.
An early blow from Warby. First maximum comes from the Welshman. But I have a theory.
45.
We've talked a bit about Jack being an excellent ADC player, qualifying to get here. Good county player. But how often in his young career has he played this many competitive matches
140.
every day? Now, this is only Wednesday. But realistically, how many people of his sort of standard and
58.
stature in the game,
Mike
how often do they
requires
play 5
78.
competitive games a day? Probably not that often.
Very, very limited, because when you look at things like the Super Leagues and the counties that he's been playing in, it's only 1 game per day.
Game shot on the first leg. My Warburton.
Fair to say that Mike Warburton's a bit more versed in playing 5 games a day because he's been with us
Second leg, it's
for
Jack to throw
almost
first.
3
Game
years. I played against him in the at-home stuff during lockdowns. He was good fun, actually, to play against because
on. 27.
he was always very respectful, whether he won or he lost. He would always say, well done, well played. He always played a nice pace. It was always a bit weird playing from your own home against someone who wasn't actually physically there.
100.
But you could hear them. And Mike was always quite buoyant. And I think for a lot of us playing from home at the early stages of this competition, we really did get something from that
44.
to help our mental health and to help us get through that really tough spell. But Mike's been with us ever since.
You know, I really, really struggled with the at-home stuff. I really struggled with the I like to
60.
be able to be aware of my surroundings, but aware in my own way. In that, you didn't know how many darts had been thrown, what was going. You was just sort of stood waiting and anticipating. And the worst thing to
85.
do is to anticipate and wait for something. And I wasn't a fan. I really didn't enjoy that period of time.
Well, touch wood, because we have a wooden desk in front of us. I'm touching it right now.
59.
Let's say we don't have to do that anymore. And we can just revel in the fact that both players and the referee are on the stage here. There you can see a little bit of a regrip, just like you mentioned.
100.
Do you know what the first game of PDC lockdown darts was?
Was
100.
Getawin Price involved?
It was actually a behind closed doors match. It was a trial match, and it was between myself and Michael Smith, the world champion.
135.
If my memory serves me right, the first game that we had when we started this from home was myself against Mark Webster.
100. Jack, you require
Pioneers in the
110.
commentary box.
Or in some cases, pie and ears.
$54. Mike, you require 82.
Bullseye first. Doesn't get it this time. He was mustered on the bullseye in his previous match.
Game shot on the second leg.
But he got one of those as well.
Warburton.
2-0 up, and all is going to plan so far for Warby, who lost his
Third leg,
lead
it's Mike
at the
to
top
throw
of the
first.
table this
Game
time
on.
yesterday. Let's not forget, he had a 4-point cushion at one point. It was erased quickly, but now he is firmly back in the race.
Look at his
55.
face. Look at the eyes. Look at the focus. Jack Wareing had a much improved leg there than he did in leg one. But it was the 82 finish from Mike Warburton. but
30.
he is not giving anything away here. He is working for the 4-0 victory.
Don't forget, everybody, if you want to get in touch with us, you can see on our graphic in the bottom right of your screen, at MSS Darts on Twitter. Please don't hesitate to get in touch with us today.
180.
If you're enjoying the action, let us know where you're tuning in from. And we are available on Sportly Stuff TV in the UK as well.
140.
Good couple of darts there from Jack. When he seems to throw with his pace and zip, he seems to get a lot more reward. That's a great dart from Mike Warburton. He switches down to
137.
guarantee himself leaving a finish. He leaves a much more handy one than he would have probably expected in first place. Jack in with the first dart again.
81. Mike, you require
He just has this
129.
habit of losing the lie. He's sort of doing it every sort of 4 or 5 darts at the most.
Ah, so Mike doesn't go 19s first. Now, treble 18.
93.
And that worked out really well. How many players do you think on 129 there with Jack on 250 would have gone still for the 19s?
A lot.
Including myself.
Me too.
But what he's shown there,
95. Mike, you require
he
36.
might not be the best counter, but tactically, I think he got that perfect.
$18.
Just has to survive a
Jack, you require
155
155.
to get a visit back. Now, Jack hasn't got a ton plus finish so far this week, but this would cheer him up. What do you do if you're Warby? Do you split?
27.
Strikes
Mike,
me
you
as the kind of
require
guy who'll
18.
go straight for it. Proves me right. He's trying to hit that marker.
No
oh,
score.
he did hit it. It just
Jack,
skewed
you require
the other way.
128.
This is where Jack would have been hoping that he had a better leave. The 27 in the last shot leaves him quite far away. He might be leaving something quite big again.
14. Mike, you require 18.
Can he get it this time? Same sort of marker again. Same
No
result.
score. Jack, you require
Double 9 is
114.
repelling his tungsten.
One treble, a single and a double. He's got the treble. First start at a double today.
79.
And it's gone very
require
wide
18.
and low. And he looks like a guy that's getting frustrated with himself now.
I think he's puzzled.
Game shot, the third leg.
He'll be more puzzled now.
Warburton.
Warburton takes the leg in 22 darts. There's no worse feeling in
Fourth
this
leg,
game
it's Jack to
than
throw
when you're
first.
constantly losing legs
Game on.
and you don't know how to fix it. You don't have anything to cling to.
He does have the luxury
58.
of tomorrow. It'll be a new group. Everyone's on 0. We start again. But right now, he's striking me as a guy for the first time this week. If he could throw the towel in, I think Mike Warburton would be picking it off his head right now.
140.
Trying to tell me that he would throw the towel at his head.
I think he'd throw it wherever he could just to get off there at the moment, because for the first time he looks like someone who's a bit void of confidence.
85.
He's lost that bit of fire, that spring in the step. The head's down, the pace has gone. He's just sort of... He's not the same what we've seen in the last couple of days, and he's certainly not that guy we saw yesterday that had that increased range of performance.
140.
Somewhat merciless from Mike. And that's what you expect from people who have won the titles that he's won.
85.
Won his first ranking title back in 2018 at the Welsh Open, beating Andy Hamilton in that final by 6 legs to 3. 2 ranking titles in 2019, both in Ireland.
60.
And then a win in 2020 as well. No ranking titles since then, which I think for a lot of people is a bit of a surprise. But 2023 is in its infancy. Maybe he can get one in 2023.
85. Mike require 161.
The only title on his mind this week is the Week 5 champion, which would bag him £5,000. He might even have tomorrow
83.
and Friday off if things go his way over the next 9 matches after this.
He was the most likely player according to the bookies, 7 to 1.
36.
To reel
Mike
back Matt
requires
Dennant.
78.
If he takes out this 78, he will be level on points at the top of the table.
Perfect first start. Misses the double 9 next door neighbour,
Game,
but doesn't
shots,
miss the
and
double
match.
6.
My
And
Warburton.
dispatches Jack Wareing in 15 darts with that 4th leg. We have got a group on our hands now, haven't we? Matt Dennant is still at the top, but his biggest problem now is that Warburton is only 1 leg behind him in leg difference. 85.89, that average is good enough, and the checkouts were good enough as well, but only 1 dart at a double for Jack. That will have to improve if he is to get any points at all over the next 3 rounds. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be Henry and Matt Edgar on the balcony just to chew the fat of what we've seen today already.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We are 2 rounds of fixtures down here on day 3, and things really are getting interesting at the top of the table. Matthew Edgar is here with his half-time assessment of the action so far. And the half-time assessment is, quite simply, it's all up in the offing now.
About game 2 or 3 in the commentary box, I said about getting out that bag of ifs and buts and opening it up, and it's all happened. It's all happened the way that we painted that picture, which has left us with a very, very congested table, which is exactly what we expected before play started on Monday.
Well, shall we have a look at that table?
It's better than me trying to explain it, because it's an absolute mess to try and explain, and all the different possibilities that could be happening. We see the leg difference of Matt Dennant's now been reeled back in. The points have been reeled back in. He opened up with a 4-point gap. That has gone now after 12 fixtures. We've got Bialecki and John Michael literally 2 behind. Conor Heneghan possibly out of it now, but mathematically still in the hunt.
This round could cause absolute carnage, couldn't it?
I think we've said that about all 12 rounds so far. We'll probably say it about round 14 as well. I did say on Monday I think this is going to come down to the very, very last game. And when you look at that table and you look at the fixtures that we've got coming up, anything can happen.
After yesterday, Mike Warburton may have felt that his chances began to evaporate, but credit to him after what happened yesterday to play himself right back into contention.
Oh, after Monday, he was top of the table. He had a couple of points buffer on there as well. He then won his opening game. It was going the way of Mike Warburton, but then it turned into the Matt Dennant show for quite a while, didn't he? He went on a run of 8 wins, but he sort of sandwiched that a little bit. But what a meaty bit in the middle, 8 wins. That certainly gave him the opportunity. He's still in the hunt. He's still top of the table on those legs, but every little bit of cushion he had has now gone, and it's now about, this is the restart point, this is the 0 essentially, and him and Mike Warburton are going to battle it out at the moment for those next 3 rounds.
Will the players in the middle part of the table have the mindset now thinking, let's just hang in here, just pick up a couple of points and then possibly see what happens at the top end?
If I was in this group right now, I would literally just be doing that. I'd try and ignore that table. I know down in the practice room right now they'd have swarmed around that TV screen and they'll be trying to work it out and do the maths. And while that was going on, I'd be on one of the boards. And I wouldn't be interested, because the only way you're going to win this group now, I think, is if you win your last 3. You're not going to get away with too much else, especially if in that middle bit of the pack. The players at the top, maybe they could get away with 2, but at the moment, it's win your games and worry about it at the end.
Well, next up for us is the league leader, Matt Dennant. He is in action against Conor Heneghan, and watching this one in the commentary box is this man here, Matthew Edgar, alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. I think the only noise that could potentially describe what we are about to get in round 2 is, well, what happens next? Matthew Dennant now is leading this group by a leg. Heneghan, if he wins against Dennant, he could put Warburton top of the group without him even throwing a dart. It would require a 4-2 win or better for Heneghan to do so. But then again, he hasn't beat Matthew Dennant this week yet.
Game on.
What Matthew needs from here is exactly what happened on Monday. He started with 2 defeats. Then he won the next 3. He must do it again. Win 3 and hopefully get more in the way of leg difference than Mike Warburton. That will be 100. Enough, in my opinion. But if he loses this game, I'm going to bring that word up that Henry mentioned. Carnage.
91.
We like a bit of carnage on a Wednesday here. Makes for exciting viewing. But it's nerve-shredding for someone like Matt.
If you want exciting viewing, just cast your eye over to game number 11 today. Mike Warburton versus Matthew Dennant. How important 83. Could that game be? I do think with what I said with Henry there, whoever wins this group, I think is going to have to win the next 3 fixtures there.
125.
If you can predict what's going to happen over the next couple of rounds, be my guest. Quite frankly, I've got no idea what's going to happen, and that's the best kind of scenario for us.
139. Matt, you require 142.
He has had chances today. He He doesn't get another chance here. That's an interesting route on 142, going 19s first. A couple of those 57s would have left double 14.
Conor, you require 80.
Double 5.
75.
Chances missed
Matt,
by
you require
Hino.
41.
Chances afoot for Dennant.
9. Conor, you require 5.
So 5 for Heneghan, and then I'm going to get that bag back out again. Double 2.
Game shot the
And
first
that
leg.
bag needs
Conor
to be
Heneghan.
unzipped because it involves a Conor Heneghan win. If Conor Heneghan wins this game,
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first.
we've got
Game on.
John Michael against Jack Wareing, which all things considered and fair would say that John Michael is likely to win that game. Then Sebastian Bialecki takes on Mike
100.
Warburton. If he was to beat Mike Warburton, we'd have 4 players on 16 points.
I could easily sit here and say you don't have to sound so
140.
enthusiastic, Matt. But for the neutral viewer out there who doesn't really have a favourite player in this group, it makes for
100.
fascinating viewing. The one under the most pressure is Matt Dennant because he
60.
started with that 4-point cushion. And right now, it really is important that he only lost 4-3 in his first couple of matches, because otherwise, he'd be in second spot.
97.
You've been here since the very start of this product. Have you ever seen, after 13 rounds of
93.
fixtures, 4 players on level points?
Not that I can remember. I think the most ridiculous group I ever saw was in Southampton when Aaron Monk won it
95.
because of what happened in the last match. Robert Owen had to win to go through, and he ended up losing, I think it was 4-2 to Andy Jenkins, which gave Aaron Monk a
44.
win in the
Conor,
group
you
by
require
1 leg.
109.
I'll never forget that. But there's a possibility that this group could be even tighter with
93.
multiple
Matt,
parties.
you require 164.
A couple of bullseyes.
119. Conor,
Leaves
you
himself
require
handily
16.
placed if Hino misses. But he
Game shot on
doesn't.
the second leg. Conor Heneghan.
I think the phrase cat and pigeons comes to mind. Or the words cat and pigeons. Because right now, Matt
Third leg, it's Matt to throw
may be
first.
feeling a little dizzy.
Game on.
He may be feeling a little bit sick because he didn't have too much to do when he came in
135.
here today. We said 3 wins would have been enough. And again, all things considered, we said
100.
that he'd get the victory over Jack Wareing, which is his last game. So we said he needed 2 from the other 4 fixtures throughout the day.
140.
So far, he's lost 2, and he's 2-0 down in his third.
I remember saying after game 2 just how big was it that Warburton won from 3-1 down against John Michael.
57.
How big is that proving right now? Dennant against Wareing is match 15. Is he going to have to win that match to get through?
56.
It'll very much come down to what he does in this match and his next game. He might even be out of it by then.
125. Matt, you require
Done that a few
170.
times where he's had the dart go into the 5 and he's sort of looked with frustration. That one just came off the flight. It wasn't like it was a
89.
bad dart. It's a deflection there for Hino.
Do you know Hino is a car? It's a minivan. A lot of them in Australia. They use them for painters and decorators, things like that.
That might be where he got his nickname from. He might be a big fan of vans.
There's an Irish
49.
movie called
Matt,
The
you
Van,
require 81.
written by Roddy Doyle. It's a very entertaining movie.
69. Conor, you require
Well,
170.
he's done the 164, he did the 167. We said there's only one more he can do that's better than that. He won't do it in this leg.
134.
I was going to make a really good joke there, actually,
Matt, you
because there's a
require
thing
12.
in the Van movie in Ireland called getting a cod in a lodge.
Game shot on
And
the
that was the
third
big
leg.
fish that he
Matt
missed.
Dennant.
But Matt Dennant does get his first leg. But now he has to break.
Fourth leg, it's Conor to throw first.
See, that's
Game
a
on.
movie you've got to watch.
I just don't know how you know so many movies.
Misspent youth.
Did you?
I love the Irish movies. They're the
60.
same as The Commitments. Same writer. Same sort of director. Bit of Irish humour doesn't go amiss for
80.
anybody.
I could literally mention any comment. You'd be like, oh, that reminds me of the movie. And you know the director, the actors, everything.
57.
I've never seen Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter.
Same.
85.
I've never had a darts movie yet. If you were going to have a darts movie, who would it be centered around? A fictional character, or would you have it
42.
the story of a player? Richie Burnett. That would be fun.
I think there's many people that stories in real life that would make some
41.
amazing movies. I'm not sure I could name them all or share any of those stories, but we've got everything from horror movies
84.
to rom-coms.
I think the best darts documentary that's been done so far was called Blood on the Carpet. That was fascinating with Ollie and Lorna Croft
120.
and Tommy Cox. They've all been lost now, unfortunately, but that almost biography of the split in 1993. I remember when I first watched it, I was glued to it.
55.
It was fascinating to watch it from both sides of the coin.
That last start there from Matt Dennant was actually in the treble 20 and came out. That
96.
180 would have left him a finish where he ended up on a no finish there.
So he had lipstick on the carpet, not blood on the carpet.
Locally, we'd have called it 120 floor.
57.
That phrase always
Matt,
makes me
requires
giggle.
79.
But it's not a laughing matter. Single 20 for tops for that break that I mentioned.
Game shot
it's
on the
what he
fourth
gets.
leg. Matt Dennant.
Showing great resilience here. But now can he finally get across the line? Today has been a case
Fifth
of
leg,
losing
it's Matt to throw
4-3.
first. Game on.
For the first time in this group for a while, it's about getting points and getting them by a distance as well, because his leg difference
57.
has evaporated.
Came into this clear at the top of the table. Just needed a couple of wins. He lost his first two games. He lost the first two legs of this
80.
match. And it would have been easy at that point to start feeling it's all going wrong for him. But he's dug deep here and he's found a couple of big legs.
96.
And he's got his throwback as well. So very commendable here from Matt Dennant.
Good stuff from Hino.
180.
I just think we could actually have a situation in the MODUS Super Series this year where we're calling a match between Hino and Hendo.
140.
Sounds like a cartoon.
Just imagine if they were playing one of the most famous games in Vegas as well.
45.
You could have Hino and Hendo playing Keno.
What's reading the Beano?
92.
I'm not going to take it any further. I think you may have won the final round there, Matt. I wonder who the sporting hero is
100. Matt,
for
you
Hino.
require
I wouldn't be surprised if it was
116.
Keno. Roy Keane. Now, Matt Dennant, can you find double 18 to stop Conor from getting a shot?
98.
Not quite.
Conor, you require
And that would have been
96.
some time to register your first Tumblers checkout of the week as well. Will Connor use? I was going to say the double 18
56.
for the tops,
Matt, you
but
require
he
18.
chose the two double 19s as the route.
Let's see if Matt can hit this. Oh, no, he can't.
11.
Oh, and he's
Conor,
hit
you
double
require
one
40.
to leave 7. Double 10 for Hino. Back to 5s.
30.
Now that double 1 seems a bit
Matt, you
silly.
requires 7.
Yeah, sometimes you can just throw a dart a little quick when you feel it doesn't mean anything. But it's worked out that it did. This means a lot.
No score.
think what he said
Conor,
to
you
himself was,
require
what was
10.
that?
Stunned.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
now
leg.
he's behind.
Conor Heneghan.
That break of throw did not last long. If Hino wins this leg, Dennant will be off the top
Sixth leg, it's Conor to
for
throw
the first time
Game on.
in well over 24 hours. And Warby would go to the #1 position without throwing a shot.
96.
Matt Dennant had match darts in his opening game that would have kept that winning run going into 9. And ever
99.
since, it's been going a little bit backwards for him. He's had opportunities there to take the 3-2 lead. The bag of ifs and buts is wide open.
50.
Another scenario for a 4-2 win for Conor is that we would have a double move in the table. Warburton would go to 1,
140.
Dennant would go to 2. Hino would go to 4. And the difference between 3, 4 and 5
58.
would be 2 legs between 3 players. I've never seen anything like this in a Group A. This is getting a bit silly.
39.
I've not seen anything like it, but I'm not surprised by it.
And do you know something? I know Jack Wareing's got his troubles not winning a match this week, but he can look at this from the outside and just laugh at everybody else, as if to say, right, you guys can have the pressure. I can just enjoy this. But Hino's enjoying that.
180.
Matt is not. Look at his expression. It tells a story.
Probably thinking, where's this all gone wrong?
99. Conor, you
plus finishes,
require
maybe?
117.
Well, he's had darts in his hands at the doubles. He had darts to go 3-2 up there. He had darts to win the matches earlier on. And this is a dart to win the match for Conor Heneghan.
77.
That was his first
Matt, you
start to
require
beat
124.
Matthew Dennant this week.
He might need that big tumblers checkout to come now to save the match.
102.
Another one has come and gone.
Conor, you require 40.
We might be about to explode the table.
Game,
Kaboom,
shot,
it
and the
goes.
match.
And
Conor
it means that
Heneghan.
Mike Warburton is at the top of the table for now, and he could extend his lead at the top if he's to beat Sebastian Bialecki in match 9. But for now, Hino is the one who wins that battle by 4 legs to 2, and ultimately the doubles told the story. He hits 40%, and Matt Dennant missed key shots a couple of legs ago to take the lead himself by 3 legs to 2. But when we come back, it will be a battle of John and Jack to see who gets the next 2 points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where doubles is letting Matt Dennant down. It's another defeat for the man who began the day at the top of the table, to Conor Heneghan, by 4 legs to 2. And now, well, that lead that he did have at the top of the table, well, that has evaporated on legs difference. He now moves on to plus 12, 16 points. Mike Warburton goes ahead of him on legs difference, and he is going to have the opportunity to go above him on points when he takes on Sebastian Bialecki in a couple of matches' time. Next up for us, John Michael is in action. He can now go level on points with the top of the table if he can get the better of Jack Wareing in this one. And in the commentary box to find out, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
So far, and we're loving it. Because like you said, Henry, it's time for John Michael to make his move. He's been loitering in the middle of the table for the last couple of days. But now he has the chance to be not that far behind in leg difference and even on points with the two at the top in Warburton and Dennant. I said something a little bit earlier this morning, somewhat speculatively, but now it's actually going to happen. This is not just about getting a win.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
This is about getting a 4-0. It must be big if he's going to get himself in the race. And this is why he's currently on plus
140.
If he goes 4-0 and gets to plus 8, he will be within 4 legs of Dennant and 5 of Warburton.
60.
We have an equipment change. An equipment change from Jack Wareing.
60.
Union Jack flights. Maybe he's just sick of the sight of the red ones.
Sometimes it can make a bit of a difference as well, can't it? Just seeing something different
15.
in the board.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a really retro question. These are the kind of questions I always want to ask. And while I've got the chance, first
5.
name that comes to mind when you see those flights. When you see that vivid Union Jack.
Ronnie Baxter.
Not what I thought you were going to say. I was going to pick one of 2. And I thought you would have said either Alan Warren a little
43.
or Tony O'Shea. But Baxter I get. Certain
55.
players have just got that recognizability about something they've used at the top of their game. Even Eric Bristow. Maybe.
85.
I was saving this game till later, actually, because I was going to play this when we talked about the trophies.
60.
We'd speak about, like, the World Masters trophy, who's comes to mind straight away when you think of that trophy.
Bob Anderson. I remember being a kid. I was 6 or 7 years old now. I watched him
45.
lift that trophy after a remarkable finishing display. And it's one of the reasons why he was my hero as a kid.
It's always interesting, isn't it, to see where
100.
people go, because for some reason I just can't get Tony West out of my mind.
I see your point.
I think I played in the Masters that year. I think it was my first sort of event like that. We stayed and watched, and he beat Barneveld in the final. And
57.
that's why that's
John,
so
you require
in
81.
my mind.
Great first start from John.
75.
But he will not be happy with being left on double 3. 3 times the amount of times that Bob Anderson won that World Masters trophy in a row
58. John, you require 6.
without being seeded. And he's now in the madhouse.
4. Jack,
He
you
still
require
resides there.
138. 36.
He hasn't put too much of a
John, you
dent in that
require
one,
2.
so there's only one place this can go where it'll be successful. It's gone for the 1-1 in approach.
No score.
Which is actually the
Jack, you require
1 up and then bust.
102.
Still hasn't got a ton plus finish. Can he break his duck?
62.
No, he can't. But he
John,
does
you
get the next
require
best
2.
thing, leaving the double. Just in case
No
he
score.
does come back.
Jack, you require 40.
John Michael averaged 96 in his last match. He's used 30 darts in this one. 2-10 to get the first leg on the board
20.
for the day.
John, you require 2.
Just wants to get rid of this leg.
No score.
But hasn't yet. It's
Jack,
fast
you
turning
require
into the
20.
longest leg we've ever seen. Memory serves me right.
Game shot the first leg.
The worst ever was
Jack
34.
Wareing.
So there you go. Jack Wareing gets his first leg of the day on
Second
double
leg,
10
it's Jack to throw
to
first.
stop John Michael from breaking
on.
one of the most unwanted records here at the MODUS Super Series.
That was a breaker throw. So, how will that change things?
137.
Pretty well. Starts well in leg 2. And he's not going to be done 4-0 again.
45.
But does that really wound John Michael's chances of getting into the party at the top of the table?
It could do, depending how the
31.
next 5 minutes go. And there's that frustration again coming in for Jackie. He probably senses this is an opportunity here. John Michael is not at the races.
125.
So you were saying about the World Masters Trophy, the first person that came to mind was Mark
95.
Dudbridge.
Tony West.
Oh, Tony West, sorry.
Yeah.
Mark Dudbridge won it the year before, didn't he? Beating Tony West in the final.
100.
Who's your most recognisable runner-up? Mine's a bit odd.
30.
I remember a great run for Jarkko Kommila of Finland. He lost to Barneveld in the final.
100.
Kommila was brilliant that year.
Do get in touch with who it is for you, because it's different for everybody, isn't it? It's not always the best player or the player who's won it the
John, you
most.
require 131.
Everyone's got their own stories. Do get in touch and let us know yours.
And I want to keep talking about this because I want to
91.
remember these great
Jack, you
champions
require
and runners-up from
112.
years gone by who have hoisted trophies like that. I want to know who's going to hoist the check this week. In fact, the check's pretty close to us.
26. John, you require 40.
We're in charge of that this week. Who's in charge of the game? Double 5.
Game shot on the
Well, that's a
second
beauty
leg.
at double
John
5.
Michael.
And a slightly better leg there for John, who draws level at 1-1. Okay, let's go to the women's side of things, because it is International Women's Day. We've
Third
referenced
leg, it's John to throw first.
former women's
Game on.
champions of the World Masters. We can talk about the likes of Dieter Hedman, Lorraine Winstanley. Who was the most
100.
unlikely winner of the World Masters that you can think of? I've got a couple in mind.
Oh, Adam Smith-Neil.
Of the women's one.
Oh, I thought I missed the women's part.
125.
In general of the World Masters.
Well, I'll give you a couple of clues. Scotland's Anne Kirk.
125.
Maybe the best Scottish lady player of all time. Julie Gore of
100.
Wales. And here's one for you. Proper darting hipster answer this one. Linda Itheralder of County Durham.
85.
I don't want that to be forgotten. Winning that World Masters trophy is a big, big deal.
27.
Do send in your memories of champions of that event at MSS Dart, just in the bottom right corner of your
121.
screen. I've also got my Twitter handle open in front of me, so I'll be able to see your messages come through if you just pop in at the Edgar 501 as well.
125. John, you
John Michael
require
will be hoping
70.
to pop in the 70. A little bit cleaner than he's found his double in so far.
38.
A different area of the
Jack, you
board.
require
It's the
124.
same result so far. These setup shots haven't worked well for Jack for that reason. When he's on these tongue plus combinations, he has been slipping into the 1s and the 5s.
39. John, you
Michael's
require
finishing
32.
percentage of 7. Doesn't read too many positive vibes.
16. Jack, you require
It's
85.
actually gone down to near a 6 now. That's a big miss at the single, and John will come back.
This is a stage right now that is just full of nerves,
26.
tension and anxiety.
John, you require
Who
60.
can rise above it for about 5 or 10 minutes and get the
Game
points?
shot on the third leg. John Michael. Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
He just had a belter of a tweet. And I know Simon Whitlock agrees with me on this one, but we talked about World Masters winners a lot when Adam Smith-Neil was
80.
here. The first world champion from Australia, as in a world event. Graham Hunt,
81.
1997. Someone has tweeted us that one. Well done for saying that. That was a big deal for Australian darts. That was 5 years before Tony David won at Lakeside. Huge, huge call.
59.
That one is sat nicely in the bed for John Michael. You just had a feeling he was going to fill
140.
that one up.
$99.
Better leg here from both. But John Michael is catching the
40.
fives disease.
I'm just having a look through the women's World Masters through the years. I'm amazed to see that
44.
Maureen Flowers never won it. I don't know why I didn't know that before. But I'm seeing a certain
140.
Mandy Solomon's name a couple of times. Let's not forget about Mandy.
Let's not forget that John Michael has been taking tumblers checkouts
140. John, you require 100.
at a better rate than he's finishing doubles in this match.
Should stay on the 60 really here. The guide was so good.
60.
Went for the
Jack,
two
you
double
require
tops,
79.
probably because he hit them yesterday. Oh, he's gone treble 13. You don't need me to tell you what he thinks of that shot at tops. He really did
47.
catch me off guard
John,
there,
you
going
require
treble 13.
40.
Double 10. Back to fives.
35. Jack, you require
He's having
32.
a real nightmare on the outer ring. He's missed 19 darts now.
Game shot
But
on the
that's now
fourth leg.
2-2.
Jack Wareing.
His first two legs of the day have come against John Michael, courtesy of many misses at the outer ring for the Greek.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
How are you feeling
100.
right now as a dart player when you've missed 19 darts at a double in 4 legs?
Doubtful. You just feel like, where's the result going to come from?
132.
Jack Wareing will sense that as well. He will know what John Michael's going through.
100.
There is an opportunity here that if he can just find his game for a few minutes, which looks like he's doing right now.
140.
132, the 140. He's just piling the pressure on John Michael's shoulders.
100.
Just had a lovely tweet from somebody talking about the 1986 World Masters, which was one of the years that Bob Anderson won. He beat a certain Bob Sineve
83.
in the final. One of the nicest men in the entire sport. Of course he's nice. He's from Canada. You know anybody from Canada that's
100.
not nice?
Jack, you require 146.
This would be nice. There's still that possibility of that first
97.
win of the week.
John, you require
For Jack.
101.
He may have a 3-2
61.
advantage
Jack
after 5
required,
legs here.
49.
Is he smelling something? Oh, no. Well, that's 28 of them gone. 21 to go. He's got the 1. But he hasn't got 20 more.
John, you require 40.
Does he feel confident? It doesn't look like it. They're a long way off,
20.
and even more missed starts for John Michael.
Jack, you require
Maybe
20.
getting into record territory here for misses at double in a match. Double 5. What a marker that is.
15.
He couldn't have
John, you require
dreamed
20.
of a better marker than that, but he couldn't use it. He's desperately
Game Sean, the fifth
desperately
leg.
gutted.
John Michael.
And now being behind by 3 legs to 2, it's an ugly game, but sometimes you got to win ugly.
Well, if John
Sixth
Michael
leg, it's
is
Jack
to
to
get
throw
over the
first.
line here,
Game
he
on.
will go joint top of the table on points. This is a very important game.
Chris Mason famously says they don't put averages on trophies. We don't have a trophy for Group A,
36.
but we have a table, and we don't put averages on the table.
$125. Is he starting to turn the screw a little bit on this one? Although he might do in the scoring phase, but 3 from
93.
25? He'll have plenty of doubts and demons come the back end of this.
Averages of 82 and 83
140.
in beating Jack over the last couple of days. Jack did get a couple of legs on Tuesday. Didn't get any against John on Monday.
41.
In fact, in his game against John on Monday, that was one of his worst performances.
60.
This is arguably John's worst performance of the week statistically against anybody, but he's still winning.
$44.
Right now, at this level, you're thinking 136 and tops and job done. That's what goes through my mind when I'm on
100.
176. He'll take a ton.
He'll have time, but he needs time. He's going to get 6.
85. John, you
That's
require
76.
76.
For 16 points on the table.
He's going top.
60.
He was going for the difficult shot there, wasn't he? He couldn't see the bottom of the bed. So he went for the top 15%. He'll come back
53.
to put Jack out of his
John, you
misery in this
require
one.
16.
Double 4.
Game.
He gets
shot,
across the line.
And the match.
It was
John
a bit of an ugly
Michael.
game, but ultimately the big story is now that we have 3 players on 16 points in the table. I suppose the big statistic in that one is that John missed 25 darts at a double, but the most important number on that table is that he hit 4 doubles, and he gets the 4 legs and the 2 points in the bank. When we come back, it's going to be Warburton up against Bialecki. And if Bialecki beats Mike Warburton, we will have 4 players on 6 points. 16 points, I do beg your pardon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Michael has picked up another win against Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 2. That now means that he joins Matt Dennant and Mike Warburton on 16 points at the top of the Group A table. Well, things could get very interesting indeed, because this is the final match in round 13 of 15. And if Sebastian Bialecki here gets the better of Mike Warburton, we'll have 4 players at the top of the table, all tied on the same number of points. We have not seen the like in Group A ever before. But if Warby can get the win, he'll move himself 2 points clear. And at this stage, that is a huge, huge lead. This is probably the biggest game of the group so far. And so to describe it is our big game commentary team of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
I tell you what, Henry, we are starting to say that this is the biggest game of Group A pretty much every game now. But if you take it one step further, let's say Bialecki wins against Warby here to end round 3 of Wednesday. Then Heneghan beats John Michael, who will feel a little bit wounded even though he won the last match. We'll have 5 players on 16 points. We've definitely never seen the like. Pressure in this one, I think, is pretty even. Warburton is now top of the table by 1 leg.
Dare I ask you, who do you think wins the group?
That's like asking who is winning, and it's round 13 of a 15-round fight in the 1980s in the super middleweight division between, say, Hagler and Roberto Duran. To be honest with you, I haven't got a clue.
100.
There are positives for most of these players. There are negatives for these players. But maybe the person who is feeling a bit more bulletproof today is the man in your picture.
100.
I think if Mike Warburton wins this match, he'll win the group.
Are you saying that because he would remain undefeated today?
180.
And the Chasers would only have 2 wins from a possible 3 today. But Dennant, from 3 rounds today, has got none.
And they will play
97.
each other later on today. Game 11, Mike Warburton, Matt Dennant. Mike Warburton will also have the darts in that match as well. But I think he's got to win this one.
140.
Because the last game of the day, Matt Dennant, Jack Wareing.
Some sporting
60.
occasions can
Sebastian, you
have a
require
likeness to
81.
other things. And even a likeness to certain TV shows. But when it comes to things like Britain's Got Talent or MasterChef,
34.
they might think, this is so tight, we're going to put you both through. We don't do that. We're cutthroat here. Only one will go through today. We're not going to say, well, you've all done really well, and we'll put you all through. Just can't happen.
100. Sebastian,
There
you
is no
require
participation
47.
medal at the Super Series.
Double 16.
Game
And that's
shot on
the first headache
leg.
for Warby.
Sebastian Bialecki.
That Bialecki is showing 0 emotion this week and just plodding on, doing his thing.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He gives you nothing. One of my favourite phrases to use about players like that is that you don't want to play
60.
cards against them. Or anything like Yahtzee or backgammon.
If Bialecki wins this, are you going to start rowing the boat back to the Bialecki ship?
180.
I'm caught in choppy waters right now. I'm not even that good a rower.
Because around about this time yesterday, you was off the ship, you was gone.
100.
Oh yeah, I had a little rescue ship for myself and I was paddling away with my hands. But look who's starting to
134.
perform at a very high level. He has done this a few times, hasn't he, this week? He's got out of the traps really quickly. One game, it was 23 darts with the first 2 legs.
60.
He went 10-13. And he had to settle for an average of just 100.2.
93.
We have had 100 average on both days so far. Bialecki and Conor Heneghan treating us to those. We haven't had one yet today, but that's not surprising considering that the chips are down today. And
60. Sebastian Bialecki, 94. Game shot on the second leg.
This is really
Sebastian
good, isn't it?
Bialecki.
Let's have a look at what this average is after a couple of legs. That, coincidentally,
third leg, it's
is
Sebastian to
Martin
throw
Adams'
first.
personal
Game
best
on.
here. He's done it twice. I just had a little look into the career of Bialecki.
85.
And his PB was in a development tour match last year. 105.47.
100.
4-0 against Jim Mostyn. Very fine young player. If he can repeat what he's done in the first couple of legs, it will be a PB by a mile.
59.
One thing we know about this guy, his personal best in the previous venue was over 115. One of the premier
100.
performances at the MODUS Super Series. But is it fair to say that Warburton hasn't played as well in this
100.
venue as the other one just yet?
yeah, but when you look at a player like Michael Warburton, you'd expect that his level of achievement would be a bit higher.
60.
Because he's got all the qualities that you need to be successful in this arena.
We know what his PB is with the MODUS Super Series, but outside
97.
of our competition, it's a little bit lower than that. 106.23 on the Challenge Tour in 2021 against Martin Turner, someone who we've had here as well. Winning in 8 legs.
59.
But when you've
Sebastian
seen somebody
Bialecki,
average to the
160.
115 level in best of 7, you expect them to do it again at some point. It's like seeing someone run 100 meters in 9.8 seconds. Because they've done it once, they can do it again.
Well, Bialecki has
100.
won the last 2 legs.
Sebastian
He
Bialecki,
can do it
60.
again. This is for a 3-0.
2 10s.
50.
What a chance.
Mike Require, 82.
Warburton knows that he should be 3-0 down.
And he took this earlier on in the day to save himself. It was the different route. It was the one with tops. This
Game
one
shot
a
on the
lot
third
more
leg. Mike
cleaner.
Warburton.
That is a huge visit, not just in this match, but in this group. He was
Fourth leg, it's
facing
Mike to throw
a
first.
3-0
Game
deficit,
on.
which would have right into his leg difference as well. Instead, he's broke the throw, and he's actually throwing for a level game.
But if he loses 4-2 or worse, he will lose his spot at the top of the table to Dennant again.
100.
Earlier in the day, we saw Dennant go from 1 to 2, and Warby didn't even throw a shot. But now, it's completely the opposite. If Warburton loses 4-2
140.
or worse, he will go to 2. This leg difference, honestly, it's like yo-yo school.
And a big win here would be big for
60.
Bialecki, because the next game for him is Jack Wareing, who so far today has averaged 66, 65 and 66. The chances are if Bialecki plays his level, that should be a 4-0, 4-1. So a strong win here and there could see him leapfrog everybody.
Is there a chance here that we could have somebody winning this group on 18 points?
Well,
that'll help you.
180.
He is on a finish from 3-4-1. Biggest 6-star conversion this week came from Conor Heneghan against Warburton. 344.
Mike Require, 161.
Coincidentally, that is his biggest finish of the week as well, 161.
90.
How many times has he hit that bullseye today? Twice in this game. He hit it twice earlier.
137. Mike
barely separate
requires
them
71.
in leg 4. 82 was the last checkout. He took it in 2. Can he take this one in 3?
Game
Oh,
shot on the
that's
fourth
fabulous.
leg. My Warburton.
He could have easily lost this game by 4-0, but he is plucky, this guy from North Wales.
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $140.
It's 1-1 this week between these two. I'm not surprised to see that. Not a great deal to separate them when it comes to legs in this game, or indeed
62.
matches this week. But look what is separating them so far. Tied game, 17 between them in the averages.
100.
What that suggests, though, is with Bialecki having the advantage of throw, if the numbers stay the same, he should find a way to get over the line.
But don't we always say that
100.
what's happened before is not an indicator of what is going to happen? It's just a guide of how they're feeling potentially right now.
85.
You think about people who hit 9 darters. How many times did they go on to lose a match?
100.
See it a lot as well, where the player misses the dart of the double for the 9 dart and then loses the leg.
I can confirm that.
125.
For a 9 darter against Ricky Evans, and he chipped a 12 on me. Ouch.
He probably did it before you even got back and realised what was going on.
123. Sebastian, you require 51.
To retake the lead then. For 14 darts. Oh, hello. Double 9.
Game shot on the
He's
fifth
done it a somewhat
leg.
cheeky way.
Sebastian
In
Bialecki.
15. Maintains an average in excess of 101.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to
Warburton
throw
will have
first.
to win 2
Game
straight
on.
again. If Warburton loses this game by 4-3, and we're giving you the whole cast of ifs and buts now.
60.
If he loses 4-3, he will be on the same points as Dennant and the same leg difference.
97.
Henry Deacon's going to have to get his table ready, isn't he? Because this is getting a little bit tight.
We're nearly at abacus time.
Well, Mike Warburton has been down before and turned it around.
135.
If he can turn this one around, he will give himself a little bit of a cushion in a group where we didn't think any cushions would
60.
be developed from this point forwards. 2 more laps of fixtures to go after this game. Everyone would have played 13 matches.
100.
Do you know how many cushions I thought we were going to have? About as many as a furniture shop that's just been hit by a tornado. This is a decidedly
140.
uncomfortable table for everybody but Jack Wareing. And in a funny sort of way, because he's lost all of his matches, it's given us one of the most memorable scenarios we've ever seen.
41.
So I know it's unfortunate for Jack, but on the flip side of things, this is one of the most memorable scenarios that we may ever see.
47.
We may never see anything like this again.
That last start from Mike Warburton going in the 1 has moved him to a no finish. There was no punishment there from Bialecki. And the 7 with the last start, so Mike Warburton may get away with it.
65. Sebastian, you require
This is not out of reach
157.
for Bialecki. He has had a 158 this week.
It's out of range now. And
55.
he's not
Mike, you
on a
require
2 darter
100.
like Mike is. Treble or double? Didn't really
60.
give it
Sebastian,
a
you
full
require 102.
This is to take Warburton off the top.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And you can join us every single Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets are complimentary and they're available at dartshop.tv. Meanwhile here, 4 leaders in Group A. 4? That's insane! But that is how the table lies following the conclusion of 13 rounds of matches. And Matt Dennant has gone back to the top of the league table following that defeat by Mike Warburton to Sebastian Bialecki by 4 legs to 2. Bialecki with a 97.5 average, a high checkout of 102, 4 out of 9 of the doubles. Impressive display from him. Well, next up for us, well, if you think 4 is congested, well, 5 just makes it a crowd like no other, because Conor Heneghan could make it a 5-way tie on 16 points. It is absolutely crazy, this group thus far, and he has the opportunity to do it if he gets the better of John Michael. Paul, Matt, I hope you've ordered a second abacus, because I don't think the first one's going to be enough.
I hope you've got one, because I haven't. Might even have to start using some technology. But this is so congested, I need an antacid. It's all up to Conor Heneghan now, though. He could make this group even crazier. But let's put this into perspective. If Heneghan wins this game, we have 5 players on 16 points. But maybe a little bit crazier than that, John Michael...
First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
At no point this week has led this group since game 1. The very first game of the group. Monday morning, 9:35. He won the first game. Since then, he has been behind. Wins this game, he'll be on top with 5 games to go.
And the eyes are on John Michael here because that last game was such a dip in performance for him, where he only averaged 72. That was because it took him 29 darts to convert his 4 hits at a double.
100.
The game before, he was at 96.36. He's had the 8 ton-plus finishes this week, the 11 180s. So
39.
We know that that might just be one of those blips which you get when you play 15 games across 3 days. Can't all be the A game, and he did the important thing, which was winning the match. It'll be interesting to see if there is any lag when it comes to the back end of the legs, because all it takes is 100. A couple of misses and it goes, oh, here we go again.
When we started today and we had 4-3 for Bialecki over Dennant,
Conor, you require 102.
And then Warburton 4-3 over John Michael, I thought maybe today we were going to get a lot of them. We've only had 1 since then.
Game shot on the
and we have first blood Conor Heneghan in 15 darts.
Spoke a lot about John Michael's
second leg. It's John to throw
checkout box filling up, but Conor Heneghan's is going the same way. That's his 7th.
You did some stats as well about Heneghan's doubling yesterday. It was
100.
Meteoric, wasn't it? Wasn't his percentage something like 57% for the day?
Well, going into the last game, he only thrown 15 darts at the double and hit 11. But he ended up with 13 hits on 23. He dropped off a little bit in the last match.
60.
So in his first 4 games yesterday, he was 73% on doubles. Albeit not winning them all. That would have been even more impressive.
He's 1 from 1 in his opening game, 3 from 3, 4 from 8, then 4 from 4 in game number 4, which
100
is what he's throwing now.
You almost sounded like you were reading the Scottish football scores there. 4 for 4. He's 5-5. You never heard that joke before?
140.
I think it happened once. It was the dream scenario. 4 for 4. He's 5-5.
139.
This would be a handy max.
180.
I'll just slide the crystal ball over to Matthew Edgar now to see what he thinks about the 102.
Well, we've seen it once.
70.
We won't see it here. And this is what I mean. There's little opportunities when normally they don't affect you. After you had a game like John Michael just had, you do start to replay those moments and those misses.
57.
It's not going to be a repeat of
John, you required 32.
4 for 4 in game 4. Conor Heneghan.
Game shot on the second leg. John Michael.
1-all it is. What a lovely bit of banter and sportsmanship we've had between all of the players this week. I think they understand the fact that they're all coming here for a very big prize. But ultimately,
131.
This is a very fair amount of competition between a lot of people who are very tight. This table proves it. I know that Jack is at the bottom. He hasn't won a game. But you said earlier in the week, Matt, that you thought that this group, with those 5 players, they would be tightly packed. They've proved you right.
58.
I said I think it'll go down to the very last game, but I didn't think potentially after 14 games we will have 5 players on 16 points.
43.
I think that's even more bold than the predictions I come out with at times.
I do remember a group at some point where I think 4 players, or possibly 5, were on 8 points at the same point.
60.
But that was only a day and a half in. Then they spread. There was a real danger
100.
that Matthew Dennant would have been safe by now. By hook or by crook, he's still at the top. He hasn't even won a game today.
44.
And let's not forget, there is still the Group B and Group C split that we need to try and decide as well, where 2 and 3 go through to Group B and 4 and 5 are going to
95.
join Jack Wareing in Group C.
The fact that we haven't even mentioned that till now speaks volumes. And it's not on the minds of these players. They think,
134.
I might have tomorrow off.
John, you require 123.
Treble 18 in Bull, the only route left.
57.
Heneghan did get a shot
John, you
for
require
2-0.
74.
But he fluffed his lines. What happens this time? Oh, he's done it again. He hit a single 9 and
34.
going for double 12, and he's
John,
missed
you
the big
require
20 there.
66.
Can John Michael punish? He'd have been in this situation many times. He comes
48.
low,
Connor, you
comes
require
inside.
40.
He'd have had these sort of opportunities for the last 2 years when he's been on the PDC Pro Tour. We'll know all about when you get those couple of darts at a double.
30.
You won't know much about this. Getting
John,
a
you require
reprieve, getting another
18.
opportunity, because on that tour, you miss, you
Game
lose.
shot on the third
He
leg.
gets a second
John
bite of the cherry.
Michael.
He apologises for winning the leg.
Again. That's twice he's done it now.
I wonder if he'll
Fourth
go
leg,
around
it's
and
John to
apologise
throw
if he wins the
first.
group.
Game on.
Sorry, lads, I've won the group.
No. Not at all.
43.
Fair to say it, because earlier on I was speculating what Matt Dennant would do if he won the group. He could potentially go home because he's 3 hours away. I don't think John is.
140.
You wouldn't fly 3 to 4 hours home and then fly 3 to 4 hours back. That would just be silly.
140.
We spoke about the sorry for winning a leg and Chris Mason saying how he don't like it, and then when he played, he actually went and did it.
Yeah, he did mention that actually.
95.
The things that people talk about in the commentary box and then you inadvertently do them on the hockey yourself.
41.
Sure, I'll be getting called out for that in the very near future.
Did you just let something out of the hat there?
I may have
95.
hinted at something.
We'll have to tease a little bit longer. I talked about personal best averages in the previous match because Bialecki was in his own record territory for a little bit of time.
137.
John Michael's biggest recorded average was in a qualifier for the European Darts Open in Leverkusen in 2019 in beating Spain's Crystal Reyes.
133. John, you require
103.38. I'm surprised it wasn't higher than that.
$100. Connor, you require 38.
Connor doesn't want this one to be too high.
Game shot on
And
the
it
fourth
isn't.
leg. Conor Heneghan.
It's all tied up. I suppose when it comes to the chasing pack,
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game
they
on.
do need to do something about this leg difference problem they have. John Michael is 6 legs behind Matt Dennant. Conor Heneghan, 7. But his
95.
first thought is to get to 16 points and join the party. But his other issue is if he does, he's only got 1 game left, whereas everybody else has got
100.
2. Apart from John Michael, of course.
The back end of that leg, it felt a little bit Red Riding Hood to me, because he was like,
59.
he doesn't want it to be too high, and then he went too low, then he got it just right.
100.
It's a bit like the big bad wolf, isn't it?
I thought for the first time we'd silenced Paul Nicholson there.
I just wondered where you were going to go with Little Red Riding Hood there.
84.
I don't know whether you caught Ryan Searle at the previous
140.
European Tour event where he was in the crowd with a hoodie on. And he had his hair draping down. He looked a little bit like Red Riding Hood.
139. John, you require 161.
Even there, a mark of respect between these players when everything's on the line. This is gettable.
90. Connor, you require 124.
One big trouble, a single, and a bull. There's the trouble. There's the single. Gets the
77.
line, but not the weight of the dart.
John, you
Michael
require
can
71.
sting Heneghan here if he finds 59 more.
He can't even find the single 19. And he returns the favour because
20.
Conor Heneghan
Conor,
has
you
done this
require
a couple of times
47.
in this match as well. So he was staring down the barrel of a break. That was too close for comfort. That was right down by the double 7.
27.
Sometimes that can just
John, you require
distract
51.
you a little bit for the next shot. Kind of like John Michaels did when he missed the single, went upstairs and missed the single again. But that is sat nicely.
19.
He's not able to
Conor, you
use it.
require 20.
Can he hit double 5?
Game shot on
He
the
can,
fifth
and he
leg.
takes the lead.
Conor Heneghan.
My nerves are shredded. I don't know about
Sixth
you,
leg,
Matt.
it's John to throw first. Game on.
It's hard to keep up with, isn't it? John Michael got the break. Conor Heneghan gets the break back. John Michael gets a chance to break again, doesn't take
100.
it.
You can barely split them average-wise. That's why it's such a nerve-shredding game. We've got no idea what's going to happen next. Right now, Heneghan is desperate for a 12-darter. That will force John Michael to get one of his own.
140. Every time there's a bit of a question posed and you think they need to do something big, they're reacting. It's good reactive darts.
85.
Adrenaline is your friend in these moments. It can allow you to do things that you think are difficult in these
100.
pressure situations. 3 words that used to go through my mind in situations like this. Go for it. Don't be shy.
96. John, you require 161.
It's easy just to retract a little bit, play a little bit safe. You end up going a bit more floaty.
89.
But this is going for it here. From John Michael looking to take us all the way. This is where Hino would love to find a couple of trebles.
What about 3? He's not going to stay there. And he does get 3.
71. John, you require
Over to you, John.
72.
Can he save the match? To still be with a shot of getting the top of the table.
32.
So close.
Conor, you
But
require
now,
24.
Heneghan, for the dream scenario of 5 players on 16 points.
Game,
That's what we've
shot,
got.
And the match.
Get your cameras
Conor
ready,
Heneghan.
everybody, because when we show you the table, when we come back from the next break, we're going to have one person on 0 points and everybody on 16. 91.26 to get that one done. And the 102 checkout was the best from Hino, but John Michael misses his opportunity to go top of the table since the first game of Monday morning. Cameras at the ready. When we come back, we'll show you that table.
Have you ever seen the like? 5 players all tied at the top of Group A, and that's because Conor Heneghan has got the better of John Michael by 4 legs to 2, doing so with a 91.26 average, 4 out of 14 on the doubles, and there it is. 5 players all tied on 16 points. It's going to be a battle royale for the line, that is for sure. However, they're not going to be tied on 16 for long because the top 2 in Mike Warburton and Matt Dennant are going toe-to-toe here, being watched by Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Apologies for that little delay in coming onto the microphones because I was too busy taking a picture of the table. As Henry said, it's not going to last long because one of these two, who have been leading pretty much the whole time throughout the week, is about to solidify their position at the top on points, not just on leg difference. Warburton, who has had the lead today and most of Monday, relinquished that in his last performance, losing to Sebastian Bialecki. We could be here all day long,
throw first. Game on.
shouting about different scenarios. Well, let's see how the chips fall over the next couple of games before we go into round 15 of Group A. We will know a lot more come that time.
140.
Just looking at the table, these are obviously the top 2 players, as you've just seen on your screen a second ago. 12 and 11 is the leg
85.
difference. So, essentially, and the way this feels to me, this feels a bit like a semi-final. That whoever wins this is got it in their own hands going into that last round of fixtures where it's
60.
essentially like a final match. And that could be a good way for these players to look at this situation. Semi-final, final for the title.
57.
Dennant wins here, and he beats Jack Wareing. Could be safe. Should be safe.
28.
We know now that John Michael and Conor Heneghan have only got 1 match left.
180.
These two have 2. Bialecki has 2. Jack Wareing has 2. Even he could have a bearing on this table if he was to find his first win. So don't discount Jack's
60.
input in this group. Could almost say that Wareing could have a bearing.
171.
Well, he's had a 180 and a 171 in this leg.
It's a leg that Mike Warburton started with 2 treble 20s.
$177. Matt, you require
That's
8.
3 maximum visits in this leg.
Game
It
shot on
goes
the first
the way
leg.
of Matt Dennant, who comes racing out the blocks with a 14 darter to break the throw.
I'm almost shocked.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw
It was only
first.
14
Game
darts
on.
to take that first leg, considering what we saw in it. That was an astonishing first leg.
93.
He has finished his day over the last couple of days fantastically. Dennant needs to do it again.
140.
In a funny sort of way, beating Warburton here, he's got his opponent exactly where he wants him. Now, we
96.
expect, no matter what happens here, Matthew Dennant to beat Jack Wareing, right? Based on what we've seen. So, it does have a semi-final feel. But if we're
60.
being the tiniest bit presumptuous, it is a final.
Oh, yeah, I think if Matt Dennant wins this game, he will get
39.
over the line. But anyone who backs these strong favourites and saw 2-9 on Matt Dennant this morning, I thought, I'll have a bit of that. That looks pretty safe. You have not had an easy ride.
But then there were people yesterday who backed
100.
against Jack Wareing at 1-20. And that was a bit of a rough ride on the old fingernail department, wasn't it?
95.
It's a very sizable play on Sebastian Bialecki in that one because he took a massive market move just before the off.
Still advantage Dennant, you feel, even though Warburton is first to the finish. He did have a crack at that 156 earlier, didn't he? Missed double 18 for it.
78. Mike require 156.
Got to get down to 56.
60.
Can't.
Matt, you require
Coming
100.
up dry. Dennant gets a treble. He'll have 2 dots at double. Now it's 2 dots at double he needs to hit.
60. Mike, you require 96.
This is where you wanted 56 because it's single to double. Here you still need the treble with darts 1 or 2. Or you can go this route.
56.
Boy, that was close.
Matt, you require
He
40.
closes his eyes. He hopes when he opens them it was a better result. We liking what he's seeing here,
30.
though. You will get an opportunity to get the better result. It is 3 darts this time at tops, not just the 1. And this, to get that throw advantage back in his favour.
30.
He can't find it.
Matt, you require 10.
You can sense the tension around this game. It was always going to be here. No matter what the table read. Double 2. And he does find the 2-0 lead eventually.
Matt Dennant.
I know he's shaking his head. But right now, inside, he's glowing.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
I've done a little bit of research about people's record averages over the last round of matches. Just want to give people an insight to what they've done before. We talked about Warburton. His PB was done with us in Southampton about a year ago. I always like bringing this up at least once every 6 months. Matthew Dennant's personal best, get this, is better than the Super Series record.
100.
Super Series record being 118.66. Jason Askew, February 2021. That has stood since week 1 of what was called the Live League in Southampton. Dennant's PB in the Challenge Tour in 2019, 119
100.
exactly. Does that give you an indication of how good he could be?
140.
When someone can average
Mike
close to 120
121
over the best of 9 legs, I'm convinced. Bullseye for Warburton.
96. Matt, you require 121.
This would sting even more because Warby's just missed it. Bullseye again.
96.
On the green, but
Mike
not in the hole, as
25.
Chris Murphy would say it.
For a 14-darter of his own.
Shot on the third
He
leg.
had a 14-darter hit against him by Matt Dennant in the opening leg to break. And he's returned in kind.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to
I think
throw
his heart was
first.
in his mouth when he
Game
went
on.
for that single 9, because when it left his hand, it was precariously close to the treble, which would have bust the score.
96.
You do tend to find that it's that single number that tends to carry the more nerves with it, because traditionally, one, it's an area of the board we don't really practice that much with or spend that much attention on.
100.
Should we?
Yes. Yeah, that's mastery. And using a whole range of the board, you never know when you're going to
48.
need each part of it. But it also comes with expectation, because you're expected to hit that part.
That reminds me of something we did at an exhibition once.
180.
Derby, I think it was. As we have our third maximum of the match. And Dean Winstanley
140.
walked around every single player in the exhibition, said, first person to score 1 to 20 in singles without missing one gets the £20 note in my hand. And we all thought, you're crazy.
100.
We all walked up, first attempt, we all missed. Then we tried again. We all missed again. Adrian Lewis steps up, round 3,
139.
does it, takes
Mike
the £20 out of his hand and said, thank you very
121.
much. Not as easy as you might think when pressure is applied, single numbers. Familiar territory.
74.
And misses again. He's starting to get annoyed.
Matthew requires 78.
I'd be getting even more annoyed here because Matt Dennant 2 darts at double 12.
Game shot on the fourth
Converts.
leg. Matt Dennant
Puts himself a leg away from pulling clear once again at the top of the table.
Was that the best dart
Fifth
he's
leg,
thrown
it's
today,
Mike
that
to throw
double 12?
first.
Because it had
Game
real
on.
authority.
Yeah, he used the dart that was already there. Sometimes I just want to put a dart on the wire. And you go, oh, it's a marker, but Matt Dennant really believed that situation and he threw that with a bit of extra zip, knowing
140.
that that dart was there to catch.
But he has been 3-1 up already today.
42.
That was in his first game. He lost it 4-3 to Bialecki.
I think the rest of the group will probably know the situation as well. I mean, Jack Wareing's played 13, lost 13, minus 42 legs. That is the very last game of the
140.
day that Matt Dennant will be playing. So I think the rest of the group know that they're probably cheering Mike Warburton on here.
58.
What I think they want is this game to be as tight as possible as well. The last thing you need is Dennant to win by 3 legs.
100.
Just looking at the scores in this leg, I don't think he is going to win by 3 legs.
58. Mike require 121.
We're on this streak now of 4 consecutive games going 4-2. He's determined not to get a 121 finish in this game. He's had 3 cracks at it. Twice he's missed the ball, but this time he misses the 51.
79.
But it might be a bit of a blessing.
$40. Mike require 42.
Well, we knew he'd have time. We just didn't think he'd have this much of it. Take your pick. Could be another 14 darter.
Wasn't that a game show, Take Your Pick?
26.
Bob Monkhouse, take the cash or take the mystery box? What would you do?
This was a game show. It reminds me of a Strike It Lucky. Top, middle or bottom. The middle doesn't work because
99.
he keeps missing the ball.
Mike requires 60.
We're on the left, actually. We're not on the top or the bottom.
Well, nobody's hit the hot spot.
Game shot on the fifth
But
leg.
maybe that was the hot
Mike
spot.
Warburton.
It's now 3-2. Dennant now trying to serve it out and trying to do something he hasn't done today, which is win.
Sixth leg. It's Matt to throw first.
I would have put a sizable amount of money on the fact that when he hit that double 8, you'd have gone, woo, 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 woo.
No, I did that for Devon Peterson's 9 darter in Niedenhausen a couple of
57.
years ago. I got roasted for it because I called him for being on the 9 dart train. And I said, choo-choo.
$60.
There is such a silence around this place. Our commentary box is
140.
ideally placed in between the practice room and the production area. Every now and again, we do hear quite a lot of noise from some of the players or maybe some of the backroom staff. They're getting a bit excited
100.
about the action. But right now, silence. Because they don't know what's going to happen next.
134.
This is a good response from Matt. He did not play well in the previous leg scoring-wise at all. But this is much improved. The scenario for him is
140.
if he wins
require
this game by 4 legs to
170.
2, he'll go to 18 points and his leg difference will go to plus 14. he would reduce Warburton's to
130.
+9. Convert that 40, and I guarantee you he will think this is his leg of the week.
He broke in 14.
60. Matt, you
He could win
require
the match in
40.
13.
Game,
He's back
shot,
on top,
and the match.
on points,
Matt
and he
Dennant.
finally gets his first win of the day. And we now know that if he beats Jack Wareing in the very final match, he will be the one who will lift the Group A title. 92.4 for Mike was not enough because Matt Dennant found all the right spots in that game. We'll pick the bones out of the table when we come back after the short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Season. How big a win could that end up being for Matt Dennant at the end of play? The man who led the table going into the final day's action here in Group A has got his first win on finals day here in Group A. It puts him at the top of the table, 18 points to his name, still 4 below on 16. 4 more games for us to go. We kick off with Jack Wareing up against Sebastian Bialecki, and in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Ecker.
We have a lot of scenarios afoot, and one of them is that Sebastian Bialecki can now set the target. He now takes on Jack Wareing for one of possibly 2 wins that he needs to take this Group A title on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Myself and Matthew Edgar in the commentary box here are assuming that Sebastian, if he wins this game and beats John Michael in game 14 and gets to 20 points, he will force Matthew Dennant to beat Jack Wareing in game 15.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting, isn't it? Jack Wareing's played 13 games, not won any of them, but right now he's the most important man in the dictatorship of this table because he's playing Sebastian Bialecki, who's right up at the top of it, and then he's got Matt Dennant still to play, who is right at the top of it. Jack Wareing could decide
80.
which direction this group goes.
And at the same time, there's no pressure on him.
180.
I'd say that's the ideal start in his quest for 4 straight legs, because let's face it, that's exactly what he's after.
85.
The last thing he needs is a game like yesterday where he won by 4 legs to 3. He was in serious danger of losing to Jack, but found a remarkable
100.
13 darter in the last leg. If he wins 4-0, because with all due respect to Jack, he has been beaten 4-0 quite a few times.
55.
That would mean that Bialecki gets to 18 points alongside Dennant with a leg difference of plus 12. That would only be 2 legs
43.
behind. And then Bialecki plays before Dennant does again, meaning he could set the target.
$25.
Again, we still haven't mentioned Groups B and C because they're not relevant at the minute. We might just throw the chips in the air and see how they
41.
fall for Group B and C. And we'll reference it at the very end of the show with Henry and Matthew on the top of that balcony overlooking games like this right now.
Well, we'll know that battle by game 14.
140. Sebastian, you require 137.
This one is game number 12.
117.
That was a great effort there.
Jack, you
from
require 116.
Bialecki. Jack Wareing looking for his first ton-plus checkout of the week. He keeps it alive this time. When he's been in
60.
these situations,
Sebastian,
he's
you
been slipping
require
into the 1s and the
20.
5s and not giving himself that opportunity. Just by keeping it alive, just makes Bialecki a bit
Game
more
shot on
aware
the
for a
first
little
leg.
bit longer.
Sebastian Bialecki.
When it is the breaker throw going to the young man from Poland.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $60.
You don't see many dart players not wearing a watch. I just noticed that about Sebastian. But if you do see a dart player wearing one, it's usually on their non-throwing wrist.
25.
I can think off the top of my head of 2 dart players that I know that throw with their watch on their throwing hand or throwing wrist.
Martin Adams.
134.
No, his is on his left. He's got a bracelet on his right wrist. One is Mickey Mansell. He wears a smartwatch on his left
40.
wrist and throws with that hand. The other one, Simon Whitlock. He has a very lovely watch just below
100.
his wrist, well, actually below his wrist bone, so it's further down the arm, so it doesn't interfere with the flexing of the wrist. But he's always had it on his right arm. I've always been curious about that.
45.
Maybe a bit of an insight into what
57.
kind of thing piques my interest every now and again. I'm looking at everything. I look at footwear, I look at attire, accessories, what they use, what they don't use, how they think, how they don't
Sebastian, you
think.
require 150.
He could have gone for the Whitlock on the 150. Is anybody ever going to try and copy
90.
Yes, Niall Cullerton did it here.
that? Ah, you see. Must be something about beards.
$45. Sebastian, you
Jack Waring's
require
throw has
60.
changed. He's very loopy.
You might be going loopy.
Game
he's
shot on
2-0
the
down.
second leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
By loopy, I mean it's like he's trying to throw up rather than direct.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Loopy's a really good compliment for a spin bowler. That's where you're trying to get a little bit of air to the ball so it has more time to spin.
35.
And it can fool the batsman with the flight of the ball, but when it comes to darts, it means you're throwing it more skyward and with less power.
80.
Which means that the arc of the dart is going to come down at the board.
40.
Quite often, especially when you've got that little bit of a lift in the shoulder. Left.
140.
How would you grade the throw of Sebastian? Is it up there for you as one of the best you can see?
Nearly. I just don't like the way
54.
that he sometimes sinks into the throw. It just causes him to hook across the body a little bit. And that's why you get that dart sort of kick out to the 5. And with that angle on it.
125.
So if you were to give him one thing to work on, it would be just to stand a bit taller through maybe darts 2 and 3.
Yeah, and to do that, you might just need to adjust the foot
140.
position
Sebastian,
slightly.
you require 156.
He's very side foot against the oki, maybe just being a bit more toe to the oki.
138.
Second time we've seen 156 miss today on double 18. Bialecki is doing everything right here. He's reading the script, and it's in
44.
bold.
Sebastian, you require 18.
Do wonder if he's going to go straight for this one. He does. Seen him split earlier on in the day.
Game shot on the third leg.
He gets
Sebastian
there.
Bialecki.
By the long road.
50 darts for the first 3 legs. That's always pretty steady.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
This just hasn't been the day for Jack Wareing. I thought there was plenty of signs
41.
yesterday to show encouragement. He managed to win 7 legs. He got 3 180s. He looked competitive in this very fixture yesterday. Should have won it.
57.
And it's the closest he's been as well. But you do get the feeling that Sebastian has remembered what happened yesterday, and he is desperate not to let it happen again.
140.
Average of 90. Steady scoring, steady doubling. And when we talk about steady at this level,
7.
we are talking about somewhere between 85 and 90.
$83.
Have you ever been to Poland? Because I have not. It's not a country I've ticked off my list yet.
I don't think I have.
25.
I love that you don't think you have.
Lost track of where I've been. It's just point you in the direction and off you go. sort of thing.
100.
I think I may have flown over Poland on my way to Thailand or Hong Kong at one point, but that's about it for me.
49.
Been pretty close to the
Sebastian, you
border.
require 137.
In the eastern part of Germany.
57.
I think Poland should be very proud of this young man. He's got a very bright future. I think he's got all the attributes to be a world youth
46.
champion in the next 3
Sebastian, you
years.
require 80.
He's got all the skills to get the 4-0. Oh,
No
maybe he
score.
hasn't.
There is no master out in steel tips darts, Sebastian. Do they do a lot of soft tip over in Poland, I wonder?
I think there's a bit of electronic darts, yeah. I think Polish people tend to travel into neighbouring countries for it, like Germany, Austria,
95. Sebastian, you
Hungary,
require 80.
Czech Republic, that kind of thing. Master out is when he can finish on trebles. But this is just doubles only.
60.
He will be returning all the 2s for Jack Wareing. He'll be hoping just to hit and hope here.
It's actually his worst performance of the week so far, which is worrying.
48. Sebastian, you require
He
20.
may have hit the wall. Because
Game,
Bialecki hits the double 10.
and the match.
He hits
Sebastian
the mark
Bialecki.
of exactly what he needed. His average, his 40% on doubles. It doesn't really matter because now he's in second position in the table and he's only 2 legs behind Matt Dennant. He's got 18 points, as has Dennant, and the final round of matches will tell us who goes through to Saturday night via this group. Bialecki and Dennant on 18. We will go through the other parts of the table when we return.
Welcome back to the Super Series where Sebastian Bialecki has joined Matt Dennant on 18 points following a 4-0 win against Jack Wareing. We will see one more player make it onto 18 points as Mike Warburton takes on Conor Heneghan in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Or indeed Conor Heneghan. You fancy that maybe that won't be enough, but it is going to be up to Matthew Dennant to get the job done when it comes to match 15, but he does have plenty of people on his tail, so this story is far from being told. Is it at this point that we can maybe talk about who could potentially go through to Group C or Group B?
Good luck with that one, because we're going to have the same sort of problem. We've got 3 players on 16 points, 2 players on 18 points. I think the 2 players on 18
First
points are
leg,
pretty
it's
much
Mike to throw first. Game on.
guaranteed your Group B position, Matt Dennant and Sebastian Bialecki. The winner of this, would they be guaranteed? It's getting a bit confusing.
81.
You feel a bit aggrieved getting 18 points and you're in Group C. But it's possible.
140.
Without a doubt, the craziest Group A I've ever witnessed.
But yeah, I'm not surprised.
Can you have a crazier scenario than this? I don't think you can you?
140.
We could have had 6 players in the running.
Well, that's true.
96.
We could have had 6 players on something like 12 or 14 points. It's a bit like saying that that leg at the World Championship final, it was the best leg ever.
100.
But is there a way it could have been better? And people said the only way it could have been better was if Michael van Gerwen hit his 9-darter and Michael Smith did not get a look at his 141.
45.
Let's not tarnish what was the best leg ever.
As I say, what you're saying is it was the best leg ever, bar 1 dart.
Almost.
100.
Because if Michael van Gerwen had hit that double 12, every single dart would have hit. Whereas now, 1 dart missed. Nothing missed there.
180. Mike, you require 80.
Mike right now thinking, will you just stop? You could have just left me on a nice, comfortable 80 checkout without any pressure.
60.
And now, as it
Conor,
turns
you
out,
require 40.
Heneghan could steal and break the throw in leg 1.
Game shot.
And that's what he does
Conor
in 14
Heneghan.
darts. Conor is currently in 4th spot.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first.
His
Game
best
on.
case scenario is finishing on 18 points and plus 11. That would demote Mike Warburton to 16
95.
points and plus 5. And that would put him in Group C.
And that would put Heneghan into B because John Michael wouldn't be able to pull that leg difference around.
100.
We are starting to get some answers, and it's only took us 43 matches.
90.
The people who are involved in this match and the last match want John Michael to win. Because he's in 5th position at the minute.
140.
If he beats Sebastian Bialecki by a tight margin, it would mean that Dennant knows exactly what he needs to do.
96.
Do you know what? I'm going to stop.
Let's
I'm getting dizzy, Matt. I'm getting dizzy from looking at that table.
We could always move it to who you're looking forward to seeing in Group B and Group C.
Yeah, let's do that
60.
instead. I'll just turn a couple of pages on my notes here. Group C tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. We've got Hull's Reese Robinson. I wonder how resplendent his beard is going to be. Scott Baker, we know that he's going to look like the mod.
100.
He's probably going to roll up here on his Vespa, beautiful as it is, looking like Paul Weller and delivering darts faster than anybody in Super Series history. Steve Haggerty, He'll turn up.
60. Connor, you require
It might even be a nice little
120.
poll for us there tomorrow. Who does Scott Baker look more like? Because some people say Jay from the In-Betweeners. Some people say he looks like he's out of the Oasis.
I'm going for Paul Weller.
80. Mike, you require 141.
I think this guy looks like Mike Warburton.
I think Conor Heneghan looks like a happy man because he's going to get an opportunity to come back to double his lead.
105. Connor, you require 40.
Hit double top in the first leg. Not this time.
Game
But
shot on the
tens
second
comes up
leg.
trumps.
Conor Heneghan.
Where has it gone wrong for Warburton today?
I don't think it's gone wrong for Warburton today.
Third
I
leg,
think
it's
it's
Mike
gone
to throw
wrong for
first.
Warburton
Game on.
yesterday. Yesterday he came in top of the table. He started off with success and then had a little run of defeats that I think that's what's cost Mike
60.
Warburton, not what's happened today or certainly not Monday.
Definitely not Monday. 8 points on Monday. Yesterday, 4. So far today, 4.
46.
In a lot of other campaigns, he may have got across the line, but this has been so tight between all of these 5 players, between first and fifth.
60.
We've talked about Group C. Now we can talk about Group B. 5 players over the next 2
96.
nights. From tomorrow, we will have Trina Gulliver here with Jamie Kelling, a former weekly champion, of course, from Super Series 2. And Alan Norris will be making his way all the way from
100.
Scotland with number 2 and number 3 from this table joining them. And there will be 3 people qualifying for Saturday night from
58.
that table. There will be only 2 from Group C the next couple of afternoons.
$100.
Some of these people might have to go through 5 consecutive days to make Saturday night. If you play
81.
6 days in the week, you're going to sleep well on Sunday. And don't forget that we have our revised starting time for Saturday nights. We start at 7:30 via the
100.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and then we will start the semi-finals live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m.
80. Mike, you require 81.
Now what's he going to do? Is he going to go for the 12? Well, if you're going for the 12, you're definitely going for the bull.
56. Connor, you require 140.
That was to add to his already impressive box. He's took
100.
2
Mike, you
biggest ones
require
this week,
25.
167, 164. This one just important as those, and he did this earlier where he was very close to the wire, and we said about that being a nervy dart, and he slipped the wrong side of it on this
Game
occasion,
shot
but
on the third
recovers it
leg.
well.
My Warburton.
And when you're the player behind, you feel that happens to you all the time. A shot like a
Fourth leg,
70
it's Connor
finish
to throw
where they
first.
hit a big
Game
1
on.
first start, and you think, got a shot here. And they go 19 ball.
What's the weirdest checkout that's been taken out against
55.
you in your career? Is there anything that sticks out?
Nothing springing to mind as something.
97.
There's been some strange results, but nothing other than those sort, like say where someone hits like a 1 and then they'll hit like a treble and a
100.
ball or whatever.
I don't tend to watch the board, so they could have happened to me. I just don't know it. I do remember playing Danny Noppert in Dublin in a Players' Championship. It was the first round. I'd never played him before.
60.
I was really looking forward to it. I thought, this is a great challenge. It was 5-5. I've got 68. He's got 64.
100.
Both after 12 darts. A wonderful game. I go up for treble 20. Hit the wire. Bounce straight out. I thought, okay, right now I've got to go 18 bull. Biggest 18 you've ever seen. Went for the bull, bounce out. Danny Nopper took at 64 the third dart. I was devastated. And he shook my hand and gave me a hug afterwards and said, that just
55.
wasn't right. Darts here. Bit of a heartbreaker sometimes, and it will be for someone today.
We saw something like that yesterday, didn't we? Where someone hit the double 16 going for the double 8, but it fell out.
41.
Didn't penetrate the board and stick in.
Yeah,
and
it was
then they hit
Matthew
the double
Dennant, wasn't it? I wonder what he's thinking right now.
57.
He will be thinking, win and in.
I do think that the rest of the group are probably getting into that feeling where
60.
they think the
Conor,
group's
you
done now.
require
Because Matt Dennant
134.
in the last game is playing Jack Wareing, who is bottom of the table, minus 46 legs.
Just imagine the scenario if Jack was to beat Matt.
94.
Just imagine the connotations of that. He could have a massive bearing on things. I know it's unlikely. But what is it one of the most famous sports companies says?
60.
Impossible is
Conor,
nothing.
you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Conor Heneghan.
Very, very good, that. He's blowing on his hands because he's obviously trying to get a bit of moisture on the fingers or maybe a little bit of warmth.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
But he's
Game
blowing
on.
a little bit hotter than his opponent.
I was going to mention that regarding that today. We've seen a few people blowing on hands, rubbing hands, rubbing
60.
arms. Now, I don't think this is something about the venue being cold. I think this is something about the practice room being warm. We mentioned it the other day when we walked through, and I'm surprised they don't put the blower on in here because it was really hot in there. And it's a quite enclosed space where they're all in, and I wonder if the transition
100.
from that small hot room to this larger, more open room is just causing people to feel like the hands are just getting a little bit cold on them at
58.
times.
I can attest to that. I have been in that practice room and played on that stage, so I can say that when we were there in October, the air conditioner was on periodically to regulate the temperature of the room. But I don't think they've been doing it at all over the last 3 days. Oh, back-to-back maximums.
Mike, you require 161.
He's running the risk now of losing 4-1. It's now up to Conor
57. Conor, you
to
require
do what he did against Warburton on
138.
Monday, finishing with a big pop. On that occasion, it was a 164.
He was just working out the maths. That's why there's a little pause, and he worked it out well and delivered it well. Like Warburton will be hoping to leave the same target, double 16 for a 104. And that is a big match saver. And a saver of his hope in regards to Group B qualification. This is one thing about Mike Warburton.
Game on.
He decides if he's going to fist bump you, doesn't he? Like in that situation, you'd normally expect the player at the back of the stage, if there's going to be a fist bump, to be holding his hand out. Mike Warburton walks straight up to him, and instead of it being like a good shot, mate, it feels a bit like a have some of that.
Give me some respect.
60.
You do have to be the boss up on that stage.
119.
You've got to be in control of a lot of things at once. Technique, mentality, composure.
100.
which we could all put under the umbrella of emotions. Some people will do it with a bit of pace. Some people will like to take a bit of pace off.
95.
I suppose his pace, it's just a slower version of it. It's like when the missus asks me if I'm going to get in shape, I say I am in shape. Round is a shape.
140.
That reminds me of an answer I gave to a question in a board game once, and the question was, name something that is
99.
round. And I said, a circle. People thinking about, you know, a dartboard or a polo mint, something like that. I just said, a circle.
140. Conor, you require 92.
72 left. Now all he can do is lay up.
52.
Can Warburton hang on
Mike
again?
requires 61.
Easier shot this time. But it's going to be 3 darts after hitting the ball. It's going to be a double 4 to take us all the way.
57.
Heneghan
Conor, you require
replaced
40.
in Group B.
Game, shot.
He'll have to wait
and
just
the
a little
match.
bit longer
Conor
to see if that's the
Heneghan.
case. But he is definitely in the top 3 for now. He currently occupies 3rd position. But as far as Warburton is concerned, he was at the top of the table just a few matches ago, but now he's in the bottom 3. And it looks like he is going to Group C. What a group this has been. I am sure Warburton will not be happy that he will be coming back over the next couple of mornings. But where will Bialecki be? Where will he be indeed? We'll find out after his next match, which comes against John Michael after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Conor Heneghan has got the better of Mike Warburton there by 4 legs to 2, average just under 90. So in the context of the league table, it means that you've got Heneghan, Bialecki and Dennant all on 18 points, Warburton 16 points, and that is his race run, and it will be a campaign in Group C for Warby as well with that. Next up for us is Bialecki up against Michael. A win for the pole will put him in pole position going into the final game of the session. Now let's rejoin Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson for all of the action.
This group has flip-flopped and changed. Mike Warburton came into Tuesday, a couple of points on the top. He had that reeled in. Bialecki came in a long way off the top. 16-1 to win the group at the start of play today. He might be going into fixture number 15 at the top of the table with 20 points, but Matt Dennant will be taking on the bottom of the table, Jack Wareing. And what we've seen so far, you would say this is going to be Matt Dennant's group to win. However, things are never that easy in sport, and there's always a curveball just
First leg, it's Sebastian
waiting
to
around
throw
the
first.
corner.
Game on.
So Bialecki can do his part in that equation, and that is beating John Michael and then handing it over to Matt Dennant to make sure that Matt
60.
Dennant does serve it out.
So let's talk about what we do know.
180.
Jack Wareing's in Group C. So is John Michael.
And Mike Warburton.
74.
So there you go. Things are a bit more clear than we initially thought. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
180.
Two things we haven't seen this week. 170 finish. We haven't seen a 9-darter since last year.
58. John, you
You asked if we'd get one this week.
141.
I was wrong. I was getting a bit hopeful there,
59.
John. Come on. You were teasing me. So Group C is in the books.
164. John, you require 82.
This is going to be quick, this game, by the looks of it. Is John Michael going into
42.
turbo
Sebastian,
mode?
you require 145.
I think we're seeing
58.
two players
John, you
here
require
that
40.
know that Matt Dennant's probably going to go on to win this group. They've just placed an order at the local restaurant.
20.
And
Sebastian,
they want to
you
get this game
require
done so that they
87.
can be there so it arrives warm.
So they didn't order anything slow cooked.
47. John, you require 20.
Like you said at the start of the game, Mate, you got to do your part if you're Sebastian. Ooh,
No score.
that wasn't
Sebastian, you
part of the
require
menu.
40.
Double 10. Can he show John Michael where it is?
20.
Nope.
John, you require 20.
Remember that game earlier on when John Michael just couldn't take out the finishers? I'm getting
No
that
score.
same vibe.
Sebastian, you require 20.
You're a bit like Bobby Brown, aren't you? You've got that vibe.
Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
That game we're on about was game number 3. Averaged 72.56 in beating Jack Wareing. Took him 29
Second leg, it's John to throw
darts
first.
at the
Game on.
double to win that game. He's had 8 so far in this one, although I don't think he's going to be afforded as many
81.
darts as 29 against someone like Sebastian Bialecki.
96. $140. 100.
You honestly think, Matt, that these guys believe that it's just a matter of time before
100.
Dennant beats Jack Wareing? Do you think there's any hope at all in the arm, in the mind of Sebastian Bialecki?
128.
If I was Sebastian Bialecki, I would go and win this game now, and then I'd rush back to the practice room, and I would be in the ear
83.
of Matty Dennant as much as I could be.
Can you envisage a player who would do that?
I think we're both probably picturing the same
99.
person.
John, you require 97.
Is his name Andrew? I bet he's watching.
Game shot on the
What
second
he's seeing is a
leg.
$15
John
from
Michael.
Greece's best player. That's more like it, John. You never know.
Third
That
leg,
might
it's
be a
Sebastian
really
to throw
costly leg,
first.
that one.
Game on.
It might come down to leg difference if Sebastian wins and Matthew wins, it may come
100.
down to the margin. However, Bialecki is 2 behind Matt right now.
140.
We don't have the stats at hand at this point. But imagine if they've got the same leg difference and the same points. Don't worry, when it comes to Matthew
100.
Dennant's game, we'll have the facts at hand. We've got you covered.
For that to happen, though, from this point,
140.
Jack Wareing would need to win at least 3 legs against Matt Dennant, which at the moment I don't see happening on the basis that he's only won 2 all day.
I would
59.
say that if he'd not won 3 legs in a game all week, I'd say it'd be highly unlikely. But he has one time.
43.
He's won 10 legs all week. To put 3 of those together
96.
against a man playing for the title, I think is unlikely, like say, improbable, not impossible.
Yeah, like Leicester winning the Premier League.
138. Sebastian, you require 146. $96.
But the
John,
point
you
may be
require
moot
40.
if John Michael wins by a margin here.
Game shot on the
And
third
he has got a
leg.
2-1 lead.
John Michael.
So now, what we have is a scenario where
Fourth leg, it's John
Bialecki just
to
has to
throw
win
first.
this match, and he
Game on.
needs Jack Wareing to win that match.
100. $96. $70.
Does look very at ease with himself up there, John Michael, probably because his campaign's over and it's a bit of a freebie game, so to speak, here for
58.
John Michael.
$96.
How do you assess his chances in Group C if you're putting him up against Warburton, Wareing, Reece Robinson, Scott Baker, and Steve Haggerty?
93.
I think he's got the potential of being top 2.
I think that's a good little group, that one. I think Scott Baker's going to be one of the 2.
65.
So I think realistically they're playing for the other space. I'm going to make a prediction now. I'm going to give it to Scott Baker and
78.
Mike Warburton.
John, you require 170.
I think it's between Warburton, Robinson, and Baker. Oh, hello!
124.
Didn't even knock on the door.
He might be closing the door
58.
for Sebastian
John, you require
Bialecki's chances
46.
for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth
Confirms the
leg.
breaker throw.
John Michael.
And Bialecki is 1 leg away from mathematically
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian to throw
being
first.
put
Game on.
into Group B.
Lose this leg. His leg difference will go
95.
down to +9. It would put Dennant safe. He could even lose
60.
the last match by 4 legs to 0. And he wouldn't be usurped at the top of the table.
95.
If that was to happen, this would have to be one of the weirdest days,
57.
not only in Super Series history, but in Matthew Dennant's career. Because he won 1 game today. We might even have the scenario where
25.
winning this group was 18 points. And at no point have we ever predicted 18 to win a group. Because we always go for 20 or 22.
100.
He looked safe. Then he looked like a sinking ship. Then he was safe again.
It's like the Titanic getting dredged up from the bottom of the ocean.
140. Sebastian, you require 106.
To keep it alive, he needs another.
90. John, you require
Well.
144.
What has it been about missed singles today?
I think that is just
96. Sebastian, you
scoreboard
require
pressure,
60.
a reaction to the table.
Doesn't move? Because you
Game
can see
shot
plenty of
fifth
it.
leg.
We are still
Sebastian
alive in Group A.
Bialecki.
2 more legs straight
Sixth
are
leg is John
needed,
to throw
otherwise
first. Game on.
we won't go to the very last game. Message being sent to Group C by Deadly Rose.
180.
Are you receiving?
The top end of his game has been impressive, hasn't he? He opened with a
45.
99.79 on Monday morning. He's had 3 180s in this one, which has moved him to 14 maximums in this group.
43.
He's had the most tumblers checkouts of 8. That including some big ones like the 144 and the 140. In terms of the very top end of his game,
137.
it's just those little bits, those little gelling together moments that have just let him down a little bit in this
96.
group. Like a bricklayer who turns up with all his bricks but no mortar.
That's pretty apt considering there's a lot of bricklayers in
99.
dots. I don't think John Michael is a stonemason because they tend to
60.
put walls together without any cement, don't they? It's all about careful laying, constructive weight distribution. Bit of a forgotten art.
140. John, you require 122.
3 more 18s would have left the bull for the match.
54.
And
Sebastian,
it's
you
only
require
3 18s
80.
he gets in total. Ladder climbing time. Top step,
60.
1 short.
John, you require 68. Game,
Oh, that's an
shot,
interesting route.
and the match.
But it's a
John
very effective
Michael.
one because now Sebastian Bialecki is 4 legs behind. When it comes to the next match, which is that one right there after the break, it will basically be any win for Dennant and he is safe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Michael has got the better of Sebastian Bialecki by 4 legs to 2 in our penultimate match in Group A. So it is now down to Matt Dennant. Victory here by any margin, he will be through. As you can see, the top 4 players all on 18 points, but Matt Dennant will need something quite miraculous to happen if he's not to qualify through Group A, as you can see there on the legs difference bracket. He takes on Jack Wareing. This is the final game of Group A. A win for Dennant will see him progress, and this is going to be watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, we think it's a little bit easier than that, Henry. We've just been doing a little bit of surmising in the commentary box. 1 leg in this match is all Matt Dennant needs, because that leg difference, which at times throughout the last couple of days in this campaign has been very bright for Matt Dennant, it is now his saving grace. Because, yes, if he wins, he will win this group on points. If he doesn't win the match, it's just a number of legs he needs, which is 1.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
But he'd like to go out of this group on a high as a group winner. And he has won groups before, but this will feel
84.
particularly sweet, considering how close it's been for the last 44 games.
$100.
Last chance for Jack to get a win in this group then. But this will feel particularly familiar, won't it?
58.
Yeah, and I think for Jack, he really wants to see the back end of Group A, which, when you play the full week like Jack's doing, it does give you the luxury of 2 opportunities. So he's had this one, Group A,
80.
and to be fair to Jack, this has been one of the toughest Group A's I've seen in terms of the standard of the players that he's up against and the group that he's been
100.
drawn in here. It will be, on paper, a little bit more achievable in Group C, but he is going to need to rise it, and he's going to need to find probably about, on today's
19.
performance, about 20 points.
Do you think he's got a goal in Group C?
I'm not sure he had a goal this week. I think he's just embracing this opportunity. It's a big step up
139.
for Jack Wareing and what he's been doing playing Super League and County around the Warwickshire area. But this is an international playing field.
58.
And
Matt, you require
there is a difference
120.
between the county level and that sort of international step. But I'm sure he'll learn quite a bit from this, and he'll know what
80.
he needs to do to get back here. He's here on merit. He won his opportunity. Won it through the ADC system. Just like anybody else can go along to the
84. Matt, you
ADC.
require 40.
Yourself along their ranking system, and you'll find yourself here yourself.
Game shot.
There you
the
have it
first
then. Matt
leg.
Dennant has
Matt
won Group A.
Dennant.
He will no longer be caught by anybody. So it's pretty much in the books.
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Dennant is through to Saturday
Game
night. Bialecki and Heneghan will now go into Group B with the likes of Gulliver, Kelling and Alan Norris. What a ride it's been over the last 3 days.
95.
Only one more thing to do. See who wins the last match.
That is a lovely dart there for Matt Dennant. You just expect this to be full.
180.
Just sat on the top wire. Acting as a bouncing board there for Matt Dennant. As he fills it up for the first time in this match. The 14th time for the week.
43.
And it might be the last one we see of him until Saturday, because we're not going to see him throw darts tomorrow or Friday.
60.
It's the only time you don't want to throw darts, right? Some players will say, well, I actually like playing on the Thursday and the Friday, but secretly you all want to get it done. You want to be part of Saturday night.
23.
What do you make of the change of starting time as well? Because it used to be a 10 o'clock start. Now it's a lot earlier. Do you think that's good for the players?
91.
It could be. It could be. We'll see how it pans out. I think it's one of those things that is very personal. I personally don't like playing early in the morning because I don't like
45.
getting out of
Matt, you
bed.
require 170.
Whereas some people prefer to get up early because they're morning people. You know,
96.
the expression "a morning person" is there for that reason, I suppose.
$100. Matt, you
I've never been
require
a fan of playing in the
74.
morning. I like lunchtime starts. But by lunchtime,
Game
we're
shot on the
pretty much
second
in the
leg.
meat and
Matt
potatoes
Dennant.
of the schedule when it comes to Group A and Group C. And Matt Dennant is halfway
Third leg, it's Matt
to the
throw
promised land
first.
here
Game on.
of another victory to get to 20 points.
Well, if we use the PDC Pro Tour as the pinnacle of darts where everyone wants to be
140.
with their game and with their career, and we look at them and they've moved the start time from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, so they've added an extra hour on. There must have been some sort of study or research go behind
55.
that in terms of what suits a player's performance or player preference. So I would say that midday slot, that later slot, is more suitable.
59.
There's something else on Matt's mind in this game as well. He is going for a 12-0 against Jack Wareing this week. He's beaten him 4-0 the last
44.
couple of days. That'll make him feel a bit bulletproof, won't it? Oh, what a dart that is.
180.
An aggressive route. Defensive players would have gone for the 18s, but no. He just goes full throttle.
60. Matt, you require 122.
Maybe he's ordered a meal to the same table as John Michael and Sebastian Bialecki.
102.
Just comes low for the 1-2-2. That would have been his first ton-plus finish. He might only have one more opportunity to do that.
Are we going to get one in this match from either player? Because Jack hasn't got one either.
45. Matt, you require 20.
Double 10 for 3-0. That's not a good dart. That one
Game
is.
shot on the third leg. Matt Dennant.
Average just dips below the 98 mark. Oh, sorry, just below the 100 mark. 298.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw
He's making
first.
this look pretty easy.
Game on.
But then good players tend to do that, don't they?
100.
We have seen plenty of players struggle in Group A and then go through Group C.
140.
And actually on to a win on Saturday night. Kieran Tian did that back in September of 2022. He was bottom of Group C. Then he got himself through, sorry, bottom of Group A.
30.
Then he got through Group C. Saturday night, he was the very first winner under this roof. If I was to relay any advice
46.
to Jack Wareing, it would be, don't count yourself out. Tomorrow is another day.
81.
He's got 2 legs today.
180.
But he might not get one in this game. The 180 count for Dennant goes to 3. He's been playing at a level that Jack has not seen this week. The most impressive average we have seen came from
26.
Sebastian
Matt, you
Bialecki,
require
100.2.
135.
If this goes, it will be the best performance of Group A all week long.
95.
And the end of Group A is imminent.
Matt, you require 40.
And Group A belongs to Matt Dennant. Because he's not only just gone and won it on points and leg difference, but he's just gone and put in the best performance of Group A as well. I think he knew at one point very early in that game that the job was done, but that was a merciless display from the man from the West Midlands. Very well done to the scholar, and commiserations to Jack Wareing, but we will see him the next couple of mornings. Up on the balcony, we've got Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar, and they're about to chew the fat about what has been a remarkable Group A.
Indeed, Paul. So we now know the Scholar is the first name into Saturday night.
And it only took us 45 matches to work that out. And I think if we carried on playing, we'd just carry on with the same scenario. Everyone beating everyone. I said I think this is going to come down to the very end, and it literally came down to the very, very last match where Matt Dennant needed a leg in that last one. He played extremely well there, an average over 100. It was really, really impressive. He's kept that theme going of us seeing 100-plus average on every single day as well. But I think the right player in the long run has gone through to Saturday, and he's going to take some beating come Saturday night, that's for sure.
I was going to say, obviously, because he played the last game of that group, I know he only needed the leg to go through, but has he sent a little bit of a statement going into Saturday in the manner that he got over the line?
That last game, he looked so comfortable, so confident, so assured of himself. And, like I say, setting out a marker, something to leave here with. He didn't just come and stumble over the line. He literally just powered straight through the door. A great performance and a great way to leave us and have a couple of days off.
Well, let's have a look then at the table, then following the conclusion of 15 matches. Matt Dennant there, 20 points going on to win the group. And then, well, look at that. Mike Warburton, who was top of the table midway through the day, has finished 5th. 18 points is only good enough for 4th.
That, for me, is the story. John Michael, 18 points. You'd at least expect Group B with that sort of week. 4th place, he goes through to Group C. He's going to be a danger in that when we talk about people setting out a stall. He's done well in terms of doing that on this one. Mike Warburton as well. He's going to be a danger in Group C. Group C this week's going to be a very, very hot week because we've not just got the 2 players coming out of this group who anyone who's watched this will go, the 2 players who've come out of Group A are going to go to Group C. But Reece Robinson's got plenty of pedigree on the PDC Pro Tour, a couple of good runs at the UK Open. We've also got Scott Baker coming in. Scott Baker is someone that I personally think is going to be the winner of potentially the whole week. Steve Haggerty won a Challenge Tour last year. So that Group C, take your pick.
Is that one of the toughest Group Cs you've ever seen?
Without a doubt. In terms of taking your pick from those, I think realistically from what we've seen so far, the 5 players, excluding Jack Wareing on what we've seen so far of him this week, the 5 players in that group, I think we could all end up picking different ones. We'd probably be arguing between ourselves about who we think is going to do what.
Well, let's have a look then at Group B. As we know, Conor Heneghan and Sebastian Bialecki are going to drop into it. Then we're going to see Jamie Kenny. Now, he made it to Champions Week last time out. Alan Norris, who is a regular here in this competition. And Trina Gulliver. Now, we both commentated on Trina the last time she was here, and she got better as the evenings got on. I think the big question we'll be asking is, can she get there from the start? Because she does. She's got a real good chance.
Some of the games she played last time as well, it was more patchy than consistent brilliance, but there was plenty of brilliance in there. And the issue is when you play those sort of players, you don't like playing. They're horrible to play because you don't know what to expect. The easiest players to play are your Michael Smiths, your Michael Van Gerwens. You know what they're going to do and they go and do it. And then it's just, can I beat that? Simple. With a player like Trina and what we saw last time, she'll go out in 13 darts. Then you can have 20-21 darts, and that inconsistency around when that brilliance is going to come keeps you on your toes the whole time, and you can never settle in them sort of matches.
Well, we're looking forward to tomorrow, double session day. Always enjoy them, don't we?
I think with the lineups we've got, it's going to fly by.
I think it will. Join us 9:30 tomorrow. Mr. Edgar will be with us. Mr. Nicholson will be with us. And I hope you can be with us too for Group C and B at the Super Series, where it's Matt Dennant who's won Group A. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.